Hi, everybody. How's it going? Welcome back.
Are you talking in your New York apartment voice?
Yes, I'm just talking, saying hi, everybody. I'm back. I'm alive. I was missing in action last week, but here I'm back, and I'm half machine now.
Are you?
No, not really. How's everybody doing?
Good. I mean, now that the episode is done, and I have slept.
Yeah.
I'm doing good. Let me tell you, like, pulling an all-nighter really stinks. But when you finally go to bed the next day, like something about the quality of that sleep is just incredible.
Really? See, I always felt like it was, I don't know, I never felt like it was restful enough. But then again, I don't stay up all night ever anymore. So it's I can't even imagine.
It's so good. It's so good. It's just the most incredible feeling. Just like that, the quality of sleep is just much more than usual.
Yeah. See, Mr. Dots there is more on my level these days. Week before last, I was going to bed at 9:30 every night.
Wow.
Except for the stream night, and usually I am running on empty by 10 o'clock lately. But the thing is then I wake up at 6:30 and I'm oh, I feel great. I suddenly feel amazing. So that's it's over time, I guess. It's something that I've just begun to get accustomed to. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I don't even know if I could function and make it all completely all night long, or I mean sleep all night, or I mean be up all night.
Oh,
I don't think I could stay up all night. Period. Anymore.
I was not functioning well, but
Yeah, but it's good.
I made it to 11 p.m. last night, and there you have it. The reason I stayed up all night...
and I was still in bed before you.
Yeah, well, the reason I stayed up all night is it probably wouldn't be some terrible, contract violating thing necessarily. But, we have multiple sponsorships scheduled throughout the year, right? And
yeah. And
they're supposed to release a certain month. And so that was why I had to get this episode done in June, and I really dislike releasing episodes on stream days.
Yeah.
So I was I just have to be done with this and get it out on Saturday. And so it was.
So
I see Jonathan Pecker saying, question for you, Troy. Did you and John pull an all-nighter doing the N64 episode? The N64 episode really hasn't gone to full production yet, although that is something we're going to do this month, and this coming month in July.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
That is the intent.
Well, I have a pretty lofty goal of having my tour out and a the Xbox 360 store is closing, so here's a video on it, type thing, going down this month, and I'm going to be trying to get them done in the next a little bit over 2 weeks, because I'm going on family vacation after that.
Well, you definitely got to prioritize the Xbox 360 one.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, that is that's the big one, and the tour video is supposed to be out in June. I know that I said that it was going to be out, and I know I've said it was going to be out the month before that, and the month before that, and the month before that. My day job, I had, it's June is, and May and June are usually like my real busy times for that job. So that thing is out of the way. But I was also working on a freelance thing, which I guess like I shared it in the Discord earlier. But I guess I mean, as far as I know, like I can say that I like worked on it. So I've been working on some of the. I don't know if anybody saw that the Atari 50 has like some DLC coming out and a complete edition or expanded edition of the game. Like I got to work on the interviews on that, which, you know, like I think that's like
editing,
that's like
not shooting.
Right, just editing it. But still, like that's like to be involved in something like I really believe in the work that Digital Eclipse is doing, especially with stuff like that, with like the Atari 50 and like their Gold Master stuff. So, I mean, if I get asked to do something like that, I will like say, listen, I will make it work, you know?
Yeah.
So like I had to be traveling for my job last week. So I was like really under the gun, like trying to get like all this stuff done before I left. But
I had crazy freelance stuff all month long and had to get this episode out on top of that. So it was, I feel some significant sense of relief right now. I'll tell you what.
Yes.
I beat the messenger today.
Oh.
I beat a game for pleasure. We'd been streaming the messenger, but let me think. Was it no? It was 2 Mondays ago we finished. Drum finished, and I was like right before the last area, and I just didn't have time to do it in the time in the middle. Or there were times where I had points where I had time, but just like it didn't cross my mind. And finally today I'm like, I'm going to finish the message. And now I need to get back to Sly Cooper that I was streaming next week. I was going to do that today, but ran out of time before the stream. I'd like to maybe I can finish it this week before I go to Southeast Game Exchange.
Yeah, which I will not be at. Like just
Yes.
You are going as a guest this time.
Just me.
Which is good because I have like the stuff I want to get done, and plus I'm going on family vacation soon. So.
Well, and that's the reason you're not.
Yeah. It was just like it would be just too much. It's too close. So there will be a couple of weeks there where I'm gone, and you won't be here next week, and I'm gonna have.
It'd be too much for me to be ready in time for
the stream. Yeah. But I should be joined by Pandemonium from Pandemonium Reviews Every Sega Saturn Game. We're gonna be hanging out, and we're gonna have a different stream next week. It's gonna be like more just like kind of hanging out and maybe talking shop, but like also like maybe booting up a couple of games that we feel like, you know, that like make sense in the conversation. But I want it to be just more like I just really want to like talk to him about his process and like in the stuff that he works on, because I think that it's really amazing. So it'll be a little bit more of a hangout stream next week. But tonight, I'm gonna play some Bionic Commando ReArmed because I'm working on the Xbox video, and I have this on the PS3, but it's, you know what? If you go on Xbox 360, the Xbox 360 store, this game is $1.50 right now, and like
it's one of the best games that has ever existed that has never gotten a physical copy.
Yeah, it is a travesty that this game is both not backwards compatible on the Xbox One, while this 2 is, but it's just like never gotten a physical. So like, what is going on? And it's really sad.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, I think the PS3 version of this might actually be considered better.
Yes, actually, that's the thing. Like, but I wanted to play this one just so I could get like more of the game. But yes, this one definitely has some screen tearing that is not present on the PS3 version. It's not. rampant, but it is there.
Yeah.
You know, this game has a 2-player co-op mode that I've never tried. I wonder how good that is.
Wait, really? Is it
Yeah.
like the main campaign, or is it like a separate mode?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that kind of makes me feel like what are Drum and I doing with our lives that we've never co-opted this on a backloggery stream?
I know. I don't know. I don't know how good it is. But I feel like it might have something where it has like a dynamic split screen.
Like I'm literally going to message Drum right now.
Like I feel like it has like a dynamic split screen.
Bionic Commando ReArmed has a co-op mode? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark.
But seriously, everybody should go and get this off of the store because it's $1.50. So other Xbox other games on Xbox.
Real quick here, I gotta point out that I've always loved the fact that the pilot's name is Haley, and the voice clip she always says when she appears is "Hey."
Hey.
It's but like her name is Haley, right?
Yeah. I wonder why
like
they
that's
did.
that's gotta be an intentional joke, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. There's a lot of games that are real cheap though on here. I'll tell you one thing. There's a lot of games that are $1, $1.50, and $2. So much so that I bought several of them, and my credit card got flagged for fraud. Because it's like, why are all these like such small transactions happening
on a dead platform?
Yeah.
There was as has been the trend lately, the pre-stream Tilbtoast super chat saying, "Have a great Sunday stream. What is your favorite cheese? I love me some smoked Gouda." Man,
So look at that screen tearing right there. Ooh, look at that. Just feel it.
Man, it's just slow.
And it happens like go back and forth. Look at that. Ooh, here it comes. There it is. Man,
you sound like you're pooping out that screen there. Is this backwards compatible?
No, that's the thing.
That's
I said that earlier. I was like, I cannot believe that. Why am I doing this?
I am in such disbelief that it didn't even sink in because it seems impossible. That a game this good would not be backwards compatible.
But the second game is.
Oh, and I've never even played that one.
That one's $1.50 also. Which, why not, right?
Cool decision.
But anyway, I saw that comment earlier. And I was thinking about it, and like I don't know if I can come up with a better answer than smoked Gouda. Like that's way up there.
Pepper Jack without a second thought. Pepper Jack. I love Pepper Jack cheese. And
Pepper Jack is very good, but I feel like it's
I want you to tell me why you don't like it.
No, I like it, but I feel like it oversells itself calling it Pepper Jack. Like it feels like a very safe cheese. It's not.
Well,
it just I don't know. I don't think it has a very
like safe cheese.
It's bold of a flavor. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like it. I think it's a great choice for sandwiches a lot of the time. But like, just like on its own, I think it's a little boring. I don't dislike it.
Well,
don't
you know
get me
what?
wrong. I just, give me the danger cheese.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm like 3 weeks on doing this keto diet, and I have like really I've been eating a lot of cheese, and Pepper Jack has been my favorite to continue to eat. I'm not sick of it. Although, I mean, I don't know if anybody has ever done keto, but it certainly removes a lot of the joy of food from my life. And as people would note that, like, on the Here's My Question for You podcast, I famously said that, I don't like food. And that's not true. But I think that the idea, like, that doing keto has made me, like, feel like I don't like food.
Oh.
I'm just skipping all this. All right. Sorry, everybody.
Chris says, "Is pepper jack even classify as cheese? That's like saying Velveeta is cheese."
What? How does that work? I mean, it should be.
I also saw Frank Boris asks, "Is this version recommended if you have completed the NES one?" Absolutely,
Yes.
Especially if you have. I mean,
yes.
It uses the NES game as its basis, but it does, it's got things like boss fights, and it's definitely expanded a lot here and there. It's not a 1-to-1 remake, but it's faithful in a very loving way. Like,
yes.
you can just tell that this was made by big fans of the original. I mean, it's so good. It's just so good.
And for $1.50, even with screen tearing, you can't go wrong. It's that $1.50 is worth it for the soundtrack alone.
Oh gosh, yes, it's so good. There was also a notification that Scott Snyder has been a member for 46 months in a row. Thank you. Saying, Coury, if you have time on your trip, you should check out Game Force in Boulder and grab a slice of pizza next door at Cosmo's Pizza.
Well, like I said, we're staying the first night before we get our camper van. We're staying the first day with Joe from GameSack. He was nice enough to offer the ability for my whole family to, like, stay at his house. Well, has died. So maybe I can convince him into taking me there, because I know he's talked about it or has visited there in maybe a video. All right, let's see if I can do this without dying here.
I have no idea how close it is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm not sure if I've been to Boulder. I definitely went to a. I don't remember I don't remember what town it was. It wasn't a big town, but I definitely went to a game store in some town in Colorado once, where I got Silent Hill 2 before it was expensive.
Oh.
It was like, I don't know, $25-$30. Also, speaking of Scott Snyder, I saw before the stream started, Tilto's got the cheese talk going. And Scott Snyder said, "My old roommate used to make what we called foot noodles, which consisted of Kraft mac and cheese, peas, tuna, and 10 gallons of red wine vinegar."
Dang.
I can't even comprehend why this would be done. I just can't. Why would anyone do this?
I don't know. Looks like I missed the room with...
Mr. G said, if Coury's room tour doesn't incorporate that he owns a chair that is a person, then I will unsubscribe. I forgot about that.
With the arm that's a person?
A chair, you have a chair that is a person.
That is a person.
Yeah, well, remember people have said on the stream before, when your camera is facing a certain way, like, one of your recliners, like, just looks like, like, just like grandpa's just, like, sitting there listlessly staring into space.
I thought that was a Bionic Commando reboot joke where his arm is his wife.
Oh,
I thought maybe it had something to do with that.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's good. There was a big jump that I had to make there. When I was on my trip, I stopped by the Stone Age Gamer storefront in Salem, Ohio, since I was driving from Akron to Erie. So I figured I would. I met up with our good friend, the 8-bit Duke, at
Nice.
there, and we they took us on a big tour, like through their whole like facility and like all their storage room, like their big modding stuff downstairs. It was awesome. It was awesome. I got a copy of Blur for the PS3.
Is that a snowboarding game? What I forget.
No, it's a driving game. That it's like an arcade driving game. It has power-ups and everything when you're driving.
Whoa.
Yeah. But as far as I've heard, the PS3 version is the one to get. Yeah. It was great. It was great. It's just cool, like seeing like their back room and all the stuff that they're doing there. I let them know that I was coming ahead of time. Though I tweeted to them saying like I was going to stop by because
I had to clean up the place before.
maybe I doubt it, but it was cool. It was spent like a couple hours there, like probably more than a couple, honestly.
I forgot about the overhead light.
Yeah, it looked pretty good.
I mean, I forgot about that they're in the NES version too. But that's how you survive.
You get your
need to
continues.
grind lives on these levels.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've played the NES version all the way through. But when I was visiting some friends in where I grew up while I was on my trip, that's where I was over the weekend. So I had to be in Erie on Monday, and I was in Akron on Friday. So instead of driving all the way home, I decided to go to my hometown and see some friends. And it was a good time. But there's this one store there called Gamers Haven that I don't know. I don't love it. It's it's super messy. It is super messy in that place. But I decided in that moment to splurge and get myself a physical Yakuza Dead Souls.
Ooh.
For about $100. It's new. It's sealed though.
Oh.
But not that it even matters because I bought the game digitally.
It's just gonna stay sealed.
It's just
It's gonna be a rare example of a sealed game in your collection.
Yeah, it's it's one of the more expensive one, if not the most expensive one.
I mean, were you paying a high price because it was sealed?
I'm sure, but I haven't seen it. Like if they had it not sealed, I would have gotten that, but they didn't.
Yeah,
it's just the way it worked out, and I figured, I might as well.
I'm thinking about seeing because I looked up a little bit. It seems like there might be some game shops either in Greenville or on the way to Greenville, so I might look into because I mean it's only like a 2-hour drive, so
Right.
I feel like, and I don't think there's going to be a lot, if anything, for me to really do on Fridays, so I may as well just take my time getting there is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well, right? And does the show even open on Friday?
No. I mean, I think there's some pre-show party for I think people who buy a certain kind of ticket or something, but it's not even at the conventions. I don't know. I don't know if that would be Messine or not. I mean, I might see if there's any setup going on or anything.
Mhm.
Or maybe everyone's just going to set up on Saturday morning. I don't know. Like
You were thinking about bringing some stuff down.
I mean, I'm thinking about. I mean, I was thinking like I don't know. I may not. Like I think I'll have a table. So I mean, I was thinking, well, since I'm driving, you know, maybe I can like bring like a PVM to set up.
Yeah, you might.
Something. I don't know.
Well,
I don't
right?
know. I may or may not. We'll see. But I'll be selling Blu-rays and shirts. Stop on by if you're coming.
And we'll also be at the. I guess they've announced all the guests for the Long Island show that we'll be at as well.
Mm. There was a $5 super chat from Candy Sushi Production. There's a big one next to it, which I think means first super chat. Ooh, thank you. Saying, does
A
Emily
candy
remember...
one?
Huh?
A candy
Number
one? Oh,
Candy Sushi Productions.
right.
Saying, does MLiG remember the Nintendo Fusion Tour, which featured My Chemical Romance in 2004? Can't wait for Coury's room tour. I hope Try does one too. I absolutely will. Coury's is in production though. Mine is not. Yeah. No, that doesn't ring a bell. I do remember though in 2006, or no, excuse me. That wouldn't have been 2006. That's the other end of the GameCube era. No, 2001. Nintendo opened up in various cities around the country cube clubs where you could like play GameCube before it came out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I me and a friend went
E3 that
early.
year.
Huh?
I played it at E3 that year.
Ah, okay, yeah. Like so, you know, I lived in Delaware at the time, so me and a friend went to the one in Philadelphia, and you know, we played, you know, Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Super Monkey Ball, and Melee, Smash Brothers Melee, like in early November before it came out.
When you kill that guy, he goes, "Ooh." He just sounds like a real idiot.
Did you fixed my audio?
Yes,
Paul
yep.
Blackman said it was low. Okay.
Yep, fixed.
I saw a comment earlier calling the episode fantastic and fascinating. I don't know. I feel like I usually like know if a video is good. And I just like I had no sense of this one.
I think that happens with most videos. We're just like working on it for a while that we just like lose any kind of idea of
I
whether
mean,
or not
I guess it does happen, but like especially with this one.
Yeah.
Oh, Candy Sushi was also asking if we use Electro Voice RE20. Yeah, that's what this is, right?
Yeah. So
I personally only use it for streams though.
See, it's interesting because I have found myself just like using it less and less, except for like on the podcast. That's really the only time I use it. I got a
you're using a shotgun now.
Yeah, I got a Sennheiser MK. It's the MKE 600, and I really, really like it. I just like how it sounds compared to everything else. It just sounds a lot more natural. So I've been doing like shooting and like recording all my voiceovers and on camera stuff using that. And I'm using it right now. I don't know. Like the Electro Voice is great for like podcast stuff, but I really like the MK 600.
I mean, I use this, mostly just for streams and for and for if when I'm like a guest on a podcast or whatever.
Right.
That's mostly what I use it for. I don't use it for voiceover because I like using just the portable Zoom recorder for voiceover, because that's what I use when I'm shooting my on-camera stuff, which could be, in any location. So I don't want to be a wired mic like this.
Right.
And I like my voiceover to sound similar to my on-camera stuff. So I just use the same one. It can be a little bit of a pain sometimes, but I mean, when I was at John's house, he was working on his Star Wars Dark Forces review.
Mm-hmm.
And he was recording VO sections as he went and stuff like that. And it just amazes me, like, just how much more efficient he is with it. Like, I feel like I stop very easily. Like if I don't like how I said something, I'll just like start again. And like most of my, like, I rarely have like two sentences together. Like sometimes, but like I rarely have like two sentences together uncut. Unless it's like on cam. Like I treat that a little differently. Like I guess I'm less picky when it's my on cam stuff in some ways. Like, but when it's VO, like I'm like, no, I want to say that more clearly. I don't know. But the problem is, like, actually editing my voiceover is just a very time consuming process.
Right.
And I feel like if there was a way to speed up the editing of that, like, again, I just don't know how to do it. But like John, he just goes. He just goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I've started doing.
Stop. He does it in Audacity, and he just like stops and deletes the section if he's not like me. He just goes, and like I don't know. I can't do that. Like he I think Night Dive sent him like a message saying like, oh, we're gonna fix this thing, and he was like, oh, hey, since you're here, why don't you read this quote for the video?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, sure. And so like I did it, but I was like, you see how I do this? Like I'm just like it's like start stop all the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have done stuff like that before as well. Like I record into a Zoom, but I do it like right here, and I just started like reading it.
I don't know.
I'm doing it into a Zoom, and I copy it over and I edit it. Like, yeah. Sometimes it's fine to do it right into the timeline or right into like something like on the computer. But I like to have that, like the Zoom that I have, the F3 has like a 32-bit float, and I feel like it just sounds better. The files on that sound better than what I'm recording on my computer. Even though it should be almost the same. But it sounds slightly different, and I feel like I like how it sounds from the Zoom. But at the same time, like I'm just kind of like letting myself be a little looser with like the VO.
Yeah, and I should probably try to be as well, because like I mean, the way I do voiceover, like, I mean, I could have videos done like a whole day sooner, or have more time to do things that matter on those videos if I wasn't so slow at editing VO.
Oh shoot! No, look at how it's like he's gonna do the cool land though when he hits the ground. Watch him. He's gonna do the superhero landing.
Oh man, that's a long fall.
That's a long fall.
Oh my goodness. That is a good land though.
I wonder if I could kill myself and I would go probably higher up there. Yeah, I mean, so between like the Zoom and like recording on the Ninja, I've enjoyed keeping things off of the computer as much as I can, like doing it separately outside of the computer. You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to record video, like, you know, capture footage without needing the computer. Like, I like that a lot. And the same thing with the Zoom.
You and I have very different feelings toward the Ninja.
Yeah, well,
it irritates me real bad, but it does things nothing else can do to that level of quality. So I deal with it, but I don't love it. I don't use it that much unless I don't have like a real good other way to record something. Like, for example, like, actually I think it was a week ago today, I recorded some Final Fantasy 14 PC version because I wanted to record, because I never recorded anything of it, and I wanted to record from it before it went down for maintenance, I think like early on Wednesday. You know, after that point, like, I wouldn't be able to access you know, the 2.0 style graphics again, right? I finally did boot up the game a little bit today. I don't have Dawn Trail yet, but I wanted to look at the graphics update. The most obvious things right offhand are the shadow quality and the grass looks a lot better.
interesting.
There was a $5 super chat from EB Chill 2. Thank you. Saying Bionic Commando is on sale on Steam for $3.19.
There you go. It doesn't work on Steam Deck though, FYI.
Oh, okay. But probably a more versatile version of the game that, you know, isn't going to have screen tearing.
Right, but I'm just saying, you know, if you want
a console.
Yeah, right now, I think I started to say that there's a lot of Capcom stuff that's super cheap on there. And just things that, like, I might not necessarily even need it, but it's just, you never know when it might come in handy. Like I had mentioned to you earlier, I don't know if you saw that or not, but I had, I got, like, Devil May Cry 4. Like, I never had, like, a vanilla version of Devil May Cry 4 on the PS3 or anything. And it's $2. So why not do that?
EB Chill also said top 5 video game soundtrack for me. Occasionally blasting this in my car. Everyone take care. It's good.
Yes.
You know, we did earlier, I think it was earlier this year. We did a stream directorship on the Backloggery for just playing a bunch of PS3 games. And I had Drum play a little bit of the 3D Bionic Commando, which you and I are definitely
which is also $2 right now on.
Oh, okay. And the 360 version of that I think is better.
Oh yeah, well I have that one physically, but at the same time I've thought about.
I don't think I have the physical. I don't think it's backwards compatible. I don't think I have it physically on PS3, but I don't think I have it on 360. But we're kind of apologists for that game. It's pretty neat, I think. The story is terrible and the characters are just so bad. Like they it's just a character assassination of, you know, all the prior characters from, you know, from Bionic Commando, which I guess is really just Rad Spencer and Super Joe. But
yeah,
it totally ruins them. But
which is like, it's pretty amazing that they just
it's so terrible. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
It's just like, what
It
were
makes
they
you
thinking?
like how many layers of approval did they have to go through to happen?
Yeah,
And it was like,
I don't.
and especially it was like it's the same people who like
Who did this?
like love it, like this loving ode to the original game.
And then they just like
Yeah,
make Super Joe a super jerk.
yeah, and like therefore like retroactively like ruin Commando as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just it's.
But anyway, like I had drum play a little bit of it, and I feel like I was probably overselling it because I mean I've only played it once, but like I was like he was so excited, he was excited to try this because I was telling him that it just like plays the Bionic Commando theme at like the drop of a hat, like
Yeah.
just like whenever enemies pop up on screen, it's just like dun dun.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You know, and like he kept playing and it didn't really do it. He's like, I'm still
You have, like,
waiting for it to
memories
just
of
be
it.
like blasting this tune. And so I
But
feel
in
like
reality, it actually doesn't.
maybe not. Like there were some more subtle versions of it that played, like a little sneakier part before the enemies spot them that was a little more subtle. But I remember it just like busting out that tune like for nothing, you know. Which I'm kind of a fan of that. Like I am a little bit of a fan of like movies or games like overusing the main theme sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I think it can actually be fun. I always think of I think it's From Russia with Love, I think, that does this, where like there's this scene where Bond is just like slowly walking through his hotel room, like searching for like, you know, wiretaps or whatever, or, you know, traps or something. And it's just the whole time, it's just like the full blast action version of the Bond theme. Just
Because they're
always
just looking
think
to
of-
fill time with something, I guess, right? Like, oh, this has got to be a little bit longer than it is, so let's just. Oh, do you hear? There was a Wilhelm scream. There's like straight up.
really? Oh.
Yeah, I never realized. I don't know if I've
that's
ever heard
great.
a Wilhelm scream like in a game before. Have you ever heard?
Sure,
them?
I mean,
I don't know.
they have to do it. They have to do it in the Xbox Indiana Jones game.
Of course they will in that, but you know, I don't think I've ever heard
Yeah.
like the straight up Wilhelm scream like in a game before. Does Metal Slug have it?
Does it?
So it's when I killed this guy. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
It was probably random. That's great though, right?
Yeah,
Like
I got that cap.
these guys knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Here we go.
They knew what kind of game they were making and for who.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, the reboot or sequel is, you know, it's pretty good, I think. This guy got the iron boots. It's really stupid what they did to the character design too. I just like really hate the
Yeah, it
like
just
I like what. Such an interesting
were they
time because I feel like that was at the time when Capcom was like, "Oh, we got to make things more like Western oriented."
Right. Well, and they outsourced a ton of development to Western studios at that time.
Yeah.
Like,
Or was it
most things
Keiji
other-
Inafune
weren't
that said
Resident
that?
Evil. Huh?
Wasn't it like Inafune who was like the real person like spearheading that?
I don't know. Well, actually, now that you say that, didn't Inafune like drop like a infamous quote at some point that was like, "Oh, Japan is finished."
Yes.
Like it's just
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You say that. That sounds familiar.
Boots of iron. But it's funny to think about that.
Yeah.
Like it was like the 1-2 punch of him and like Phil Fish saying it.
Oh gosh.
That maybe like where they thought, oh, we gotta get like maybe we gotta do better. Or
Man,
we'll
Phil Fish
show
is
them.
like super like anti-physical media too. Like,
Oh, is he?
yeah. Like I read an interview where he's just like,
Which is too bad because I would love to have like a physical Fez, which it was very good.
yeah, well, and you know, it didn't, or I'm not sure if it's out yet. Like there was like a new version of Braid, right?
Yes. Well, that's Jonathan. What's his face?
Oh, Jonathan Blood. Okay,
He's the one that I think is anti-physical.
You're right. I mean, they seem to both have very outspoken personalities. So I get them.
Yeah. Well, Phil Fish, I feel like has been invisible. Like he went away.
Right. Well, I mean, Jonathan Blow is not really seems like
the
a major
blobs of
player
slime.
either.
I always think of the game tape where it says "Ride the blobs of slime."
Yes. Oh, man.
I like the idea that this is just like the basic functionality of this place. This just like happens. It's just like
you
spilling.
should remake the Game Player's game tape with this game.
Oh gosh.
Like just use the original audio. If we didn't have like a million other things to do,
Yeah.
that would be fun. But you're right, Jonathan Blow. I can't remember what it was free on. Like, I think I want to say The Witness was free on PS5 like near launch or something like that. And I tried it out and I was like, oh, this is really good. I like this. And I was like, oh, is there a physical copy? And I think that's how I stumbled into that interview.
Wait, what did you play?
The Witness. I think
Okay.
I think it was free on PS5
Yeah.
like, around launch, I think.
No, at one point it just like made it free. Like that and several other games were free. Like I feel like I got like Abzu free. I got like several other games. Enter the Gungeon was free.
Okay, Casey says The Witness was a PS Plus game at some point. Yeah. So
I think
anyway,
it was I think it was also given away at one point for free.
But anyway, I liked what I played of it, and I was like, well, I want to see if there's a physical copy. And then that's how I stumbled into that interview where he was just like, no, that's just such a waste.
Yeah. Yeah, well, not much you can do about it, but it's unfortunate. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. You know, that game, I would be very curious to see how it would behave on the C1, because that was a game that on the C7 OLED. It was like the only time I had ever noticed image retention issues like during gameplay. Like you could see some image retention like on like a flat colored, you know, middle gray screen like the Xbox One dashboard or the Switch dashboard. You could see like, you know, you could see like where like a box was on the previous menu if you let it sit there a moment, right? And it would go away. But The Witness was the only time during gameplay where I actually saw that happen, because like it's got like these paths on these puzzles that you have to solve, and it's like a very flat shaded game. And when I walked away from the puzzle, it had been on screen long enough, and then the shading, I think it was especially in the grass, like it was like kind of the way that the grass was, like I could see the previous puzzle in the grass.
Weird.
And I was like, wow, this is actually an example of a game that I would prefer to not play on an OLED. But I wonder if it would really be that way on a more modern OLED. I saw Mr. Dude say, try play digital. No, I don't believe it. But, you know, I actually, when someone was saying that Bionic Commando was on Steam, I actually opened up Steam to remind myself after the stream to look at what's on the Steam sale, because unfortunately, given that VR is pretty much not a physical media thing, I have accepted that. I did want to see if any cool VR stuff might be on sale on Steam. I've really been enjoying Humanity. I got the native Quest version of that. It's been a really good, like, chill out before bed kind of game for me lately.
Well, I'm still dealing with my little my Quest 3 debacle. I mean, I guess that's like a bad way to put it, but finally they got back to me. For those that don't know, I guess I have to.
There's a new element to the story.
Yeah, so I had a problem with like my son was wearing his glasses and he like put scrapes on the lenses on there. Mm-hmm. So I was able to RMA it, which is great, you know, because you have like a year warranty, and they replaced it. It was super smooth. It was a super smooth experience, and I got a 512 gig Quest, and I sent it in, and my RMA said, you know, they sent a 512 back, but then I got it all set up, and it said amount of storage available, 100 gigabytes out of 128. So I had to reopen my ticket, and it like took forever for anybody to like respond to me about it, but finally they did. And I sent them all my information. Hopefully I can get it all taken care of, but I almost want to like, now I'm like afraid of like, I'm going to be going on this vacation here pretty soon, and I don't want it to come when I'm gone, you know, and like sit outside or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's, I kind of want them, I want to see if they will send the replacement, and then I can just mail the 120 back once I get the one from them.
I saw Lena ask, have you checked out the new Riven remake? Try that's playable in VR. I have tried it, but when I loaded it up in VR, I was having problems with the Steam connection for some reason, and so I didn't try it out in VR as much as I wanted to yet. I want to revisit that and figure out why I was having problems with the PC connection.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to neighbors or anybody to like get it taken care of. I'm just annoyed, you know. It's just annoying, especially since
I mean it came back really quickly though, right? So it should hopefully come back in time. Like it was like a week, wasn't it?
Well, if they would, you know, like get it taken care of, you know, like I'm sitting here like waiting on them to like talk to me more about it. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if it was immediate, Like if they were just like if they were responding to my emails like really super quick.
Oh, so you haven't heard back since you said like, hey, you sent back the wrong one.
No, I finally did. It took like 4 days for them to respond to that.
And then what did they say? What did they say?
And they're just like, all right, can you send us this information? And I sent that out, and I haven't heard anything back yet.
You sent what information? Oh, you mean like model number or something?
Well, no, it's like it seems like all kinds of stuff that they could have just like looked up, like my case number and all this other stuff. But I don't know. It's
weird.
Whatever.
Okay, well.
It's just, I wish that...
I can't believe that they wouldn't send the correct...
Well, that's the thing. Like, even in my account, it says that what they sent back to me, it specifically says 512 gigabyte.
Oh.
So, and it has the correct serial number. So I don't quite know like what the deal is.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like the reason they're asking for that information is because like, it sounds like a scam people would try to come up with, right? Like upgrade, right?
Yeah. Don't have to use the... I thought it's a rocket that works on this. But it looks like a claw thing.
Maybe you don't have that item yet.
Maybe not, but... Oh well.
What could it be?
Maybe it's at 14 here. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it gets all taken care of. I ordered... somebody in the Discord chat suggested that I get like the magnetic lens protectors, which I ordered and should... I didn't hear anything about them shipping for a long time, and suddenly it's like, all right, they're on their way.
I don't feel like my glasses touch the lenses in VR, but so I've not been worried about it, but I do want to get prescription lenses. Although I've been thinking recently. I mean, I got a new prescription I think it was only about a year ago. But I'm kind of thinking about going to the optometrist again because like I'm feeling like my up close has definitely gotten worse in the past few years. But like I feel like even with my current prescription, like like sitting this far back from the monitor. I mean, it's probably like the monitor is probably like, I don't know, arm's length and I don't know, 8 inches or maybe arm's length and then another hand's worth from where I'm sitting. And like I'm looking at like the date and time in the corner of Windows there. I can read it. It's 9:13 p.m. June 30th, 2024. But like I can read it, but it's like not clear at all. I feel like it should be clear at that distance.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at I'm looking at the chat and everything. I'm like, okay, I can read all this, but like at that distance, I feel like it should be clear.
Right. Well, I mean, you'll probably have to get bifocals at some point.
I mean, I know, and that's like something. That's one of the reasons that I want to go. Is I'm like, is this? And I would just want to ask, like, is that something I should consider?
Yeah.
Or like what I'm also curious about, like, I don't like if you aren't getting bifocals, do they not necessarily give you your quote unquote full prescription? Like, do they kind of balance it, like, so that the distance prescription doesn't overly harm your up close?
No, you just gotta get used to like looking down, I think.
Well, no. But what I mean is if your glasses are not bifocals.
Yeah. You know, you should.
Are they
try,
like,
though.
well, we could give you this distance prescription that would be like really strong for distance, but because you couldn't see crap up close, like it's more of like a compromise prescription. Like, is that how? I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, because like if you're getting both, then it seems like they could optimize distance and optimize up close, right?
Yeah. What I think you should do is try next time you go to the grocery store. Go to like the pharmacy and just like grab a pair of like the lowest amount of reading glasses and just put them on and like look at something and see what it does. Because then you could.
I mean, my parents have reading. My parents have reading glasses.
I'm saying, but they're real cheap. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you just get like a set that you could just like if you would need to like really look at something. What's kind of cool though is like when you look at stuff really closely with reading glasses, like it's like so clear that it's almost better than it is without anyways. It's almost unnaturally clear.
I've probably tried my parents' reading glasses before, but probably not with like the mindset of like, do I want this?
Well, I mean, if you're just putting them on to like do certain things, then you could get like a 10-pack of them at that same level, like off of Amazon for like $40, and then just put them like literally in every room or in your car, and you just like pull them out if you need them.
Our guitar says, if you research or consider refractive lens exchange, if you're a candidate, is a game changer. I mean, I forget if that's one of those laser surgeries or something, but I mean, as we have discussed from Coury's LASIK, like that is a subject, like anything to do with your eye being worked on is like an extremely squeamish thing for me. Like I can barely even handle getting eye drops, let alone any like I cannot imagine having any elective surgery on my eyes. Like the only thing would be like, when I'm old someday, I'll probably need cataract surgery, which has been like transformative for my mom. My mom had cataract surgery a few years ago, and it was a great experience. And because she used to just have her vision was really bad until she had that. It's but like something like that is nearly a necessity at some point. But it's not laser or laser. But like I still just can't. I just can't imagine. Like it would have to be a situation where I was just like deeply unhappy with any results I could get from glasses. And like I am not at that point. Whoa. Like I wearing the glasses is not a problem to me. Wearing glasses is not a problem. But if in fact, like I feel like it's like too much of my identity at this point, right? Like I would almost want to wear fake glasses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that way a lot of times too. Like I have like a really super low prescription glasses that I just wear sometimes. I got to wear them at night. Like if I'm driving at night, I definitely need to wear those. But they're also like the blue light glasses that like help a lot with, I don't know, it just like helps me see better since I've had LASIK.
Video game obsession here says I was told by my optometrist not to ever get laser surgery. So my corneas are too thin and I would likely lose my vision. It also warned me not to seek out another place as one would likely do it and take the risk. Ooh, well, that kind of reminds me of my dad visited an old coworker of his. Actually, I think kind of near where I'll be going for the convention next weekend. you know, he stayed with him for a day or two, and but he told him about another guy that they used to work with, and apparently, this is before my mom got her cataract surgery.
Wasted that thing with that.
And my dad did not tell my mom this story before she did that, because it was, but like, this guy that they worked with, like apparently, like, his blood pressure was like so high when they did the surgery that his eye like exploded when they like cut into it, like exploded. Like, so, I mean, this this is like me telling a story that someone else told my dad that he heard from wherever, so I don't
pop
know
like a grape. Pop like a grape, right?
I guess, I don't know, like, but like, that's horrifying, right? Like,
yes, it's horrifying. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I am just like not at all interested in any surgery on my eyes, except like cataract surgery when I'm old enough to need it, and otherwise not, unless it becomes pretty much a necessity.
I just want to shout out the blue coloring on this level. It's like the white, the blue white balance like makes it look even more cold.
Yeah. This game isn't afraid of a little bloom lighting,
Well, just like
that blue sky.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just talking about.
I'm a bit of a sucker for bloom,
Yeah, but I mean, I just like the white balance, like the specific, like, oh, it's cold. Like the colder white balance of it. Yes, our logo is blue, but I just like the blue hue to it.
Like blue definitely has, like, I think a bit of a stereotype for like just being like an easy to use color on TV. Like, use it for like lower thirds and graphics and stuff like that.
Oh, shoot. I appreciate the bosses in this game. I mean, they're not anything special, but at least they're more interesting than what they did in the original, right?
Absolutely.
Or they just have like the core that you have to shoot, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I love how you drop it. When this hits the bottom, it goes like, it flips all over the place like crazy. Oh shoot!
I don't remember this. I mean, I've only played all the way through this game once, so I don't remember it that well. It was a long time ago.
But it really flips around like crazy. Yes, it is as I remember.
Casey says, I had specialty eye surgery done about 60 years ago and made the huge mistake of watching a video on the procedure on YouTube right before the surgery. Didn't help my anxiety at all. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would have ever really been too receptive to, LASIK or anything similar. But one of the people who was, one of part of the team that created LASIK surgery was a speaker or guest or something at the college that I worked at. And
oh wow, that's kind of cool.
I was asked to, make like a little, I had to make like a little news package for him visiting, and so we had this B-roll of like LASIK surgery, just generic canned B-roll from, whoever made LASIK.
Yeah.
And like I had no idea there was like a physical component to it.
I love when Red Spencer, when he's like, you're right, and he's like,
and he does like the dramatic points.
Yeah.
Let's mosey. That's like I can't see the phrase "let's mosey" and not think of Final Fantasy VII.
Yes.
Like I can't think of the word mosey in general without thinking of Final Fantasy VII.
So we have some house guests through until tomorrow, from Norway. They're upstairs, but probably going to sleep pretty soon here. So
it was like someone your wife knew from like high school or something.
Yeah, she was a foreign exchange student, and they came to the U.S. and they're like. They were in New York City, then they were in Cleveland, then they're here, and they're going to Seattle, and then they're going to Las Vegas, and then they're going to Los Angeles and San Francisco, and then back home. And their kids are about the same age as my kids.
When you were telling me about this yesterday, I was so confused.
Yeah, well, it's hard to explain.
Well, because you were just like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm kind of like in and out. We've got house guests right now. I guess one of them was like an exchange student here when she was in high school, and I'm just thinking, okay, so who knows these people?
Right.
Like there was no context. Like a friend of my wife's from Norway.
Yeah.
like I was just like, okay, so these like Norwegians just like show up at your house, say like can we stay here for a few days? We kind of just road tripping across the U.S. Okay, who knows these people?
Yeah. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun.
Did they bring you any brown cheese?
No cheese. I don't know. Like I can't eat anything right now. I mean that's really the problem. Like that's what's been so hard on this. Like traveling for work last week, and then like all like having guests in town. Like I literally can't eat anything.
I mean
I can eat. Like I can eat plenty of stuff. It just like takes a lot more like planning. But I've hit that.
You always seem to be such a big fan of that diet before it. Like, I mean, you like you were eating just like bags of beef jerky when I saw you one time when you were doing it.
Yeah, well, yes, and I can, right? Like, and I can. It's not that bad because I've hit that point where like I'm just like not that hungry like most of the time. Like I'm just not that hungry most of the time. But when when there's people visiting and it's like like, oh, we're gonna go to Grader's, it's like, okay, I guess that I can't have anything, and that's just the way it is. Like I'm 3 weeks in, like it's fine. Like most of the time it's totally fine because I am what do I do here? It's just it's fine most of the time. Did I screw it up at the beginning?
But anyway, Audie brought me some brown cheese from Norway once.
Brown? Yeah.
It's brown. It's brown. Like inside and outside is brown. And it's pretty incredible, I gotta say. That, you know, that going back to Tilb Toast, what's your favorite cheese? That's up there. I only had like the one block of it ever before, but it's up there.
Yeah. Well, none of that. I mean, there's like some cookies and stuff, but like I just can't. Like and you know what's really good about it, about all this, is that it's really good for me to practice like self control and restraint. Yes. I mean, I think that's real important. And I'd mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned it last time, like it took me like 6 years to like gain the weight back. And like, I'm okay with that. I'm sure it will it's probably twice as much work and will last twice as long, or half as short, or half as long, I guess is a better way to put it. But, whatever. It's fine.
Grader's ice cream is amazing.
Yes.
There's some people disliking the name. I've only ever had it one time before. And I think it was when I was at the Cincinnati airport.
Yeah. I think that's when we were getting ready to. Were we going,
it was incredible.
What was it before?
It was extremely good.
No, it's not when we were going to Japan. When we were going to Los Angeles. It would have been when we were going to film the Night Trap stuff.
Casey says, I just want to say how much I love cheese jokes. They are really Gouda.
Indeed.
I can appreciate that.
But, you know, once I get there, like, it's going to be fine. And I will reap the benefits of, like, a mental state. What's cool about it is, like, once you get into it, my mental clarity and my ability to focus is really, really good now. Which is why, like, I think I said, you know, in my attempt to get these 2 videos done, like, I'm gonna like keep it. I'm gonna like work this like a real job.
Yeah,
like 8 hours a day.
I think you need to focus on the Xbox 360 video, because I think that's real ambitious. Like, don't be like jumping back and forth between the room tour and the 360 video. Like, get the 360 video done.
Right. Well, that is my intent.
I mean, it'd be great if you could get both done, but like, I don't be like just doing both willy nilly, and then it's suddenly the 360 one's a problem.
Right. But you know, if I'm only getting like a little bit of footage from each game, I feel like I said this to try. I said that it's gonna be very GameStack-esque in its like layout, where it's just I intend on.
I mean, that was the intent with my video, the Game Boy video, as well. Although, like I did in places get a little too into the weeds. Like the games that I actually ended up cutting were actually the ones that I'd written the least about, but I ran out of time to edit them. And ultimately, you know, I used some of those games in the intro and ending, you know, the ones that I had captured, but I just ran out of the time and energy to edit them as full sections. That's why I had that little bit randomly at the end where I'm just like, oh, here's this interesting thing about Bomberman Pocket and Bomberman Quest. Like, I basically said the things I wanted to say about them, but whereas I had like, you know, 2.5+ minutes of VO written for them. Mostly just to say the things I said anyway. I mean, I probably should have just kept it leaner overall in general, but I didn't have time to capture more games, so I couldn't, even if I made everything simpler, I couldn't have like offset that with more games. Because there's a lot of these. I mean, I could see myself trying to do another of these. Some people seem to appreciate it. They're like, oh, this is something I never thought of before. Someone brought up, an interesting thing that, I hadn't really thought of, since I'm, not as much of a computer gamer, but, there's like the, like what CGA and VGA and, all those different display modes. Like sometimes, the best or most advanced one is the one that gets ported or re-released. But like most people at the time had the other, or the developers prioritized the more commonly available one. I can kind of see that as being sort of a similar thing where, it's like, oh, well, I want to use the VGA mode or whatever. It's more advanced, but it's not, that's not what the developers prioritize. Or even if it was what they prioritized, there might still be interesting artwork that's, being missed out on.
And that guy's like, he's glitched.
Oh, wow.
It's like stuck there.
But, kind of what I said in the video is, that I do think that's such an interesting quality to Game Boy backgrounds, is that they're even more simple and minimalist, I feel, than like NES backgrounds or Master System backgrounds, because they kind of use the screen to like create that feeling of just like, this is this thing that's kind of off in the haze, right? And I feel like it's very good at doing that. And when you colorize those kinds of assets without changing them, it can kind of make them look a little weird. Like, I feel like a lot of things.
It's funny. He goes, oh. Sounds kind of like Scooby-Doo a little bit. Oh. I think I might be able to get close to beating this game.
Really?
I don't know. I'm getting.
I didn't realize it's that short.
I'm getting there.
It's been so long.
I see Aerial Aces in the chat. Should he?
Oh yes, I'll be selling some of your shirts at the con this weekend. I hope, anyway. Zane's dad says Zane's been doing quotes from the Backloggery Super Buddy Bench stream. he told us this on the stream last week. Said Zane's going around the house saying, "Oh, it's in my butt. It's in my buddy butt." I said, I've met Zane's dad's wife, and I could just like picture her just like rolling her eyes at her husband's choice of entertainment.
Now you've done it.
He is exposing their son to. Oh man, that Super Bunny Man stream, that was, my gosh, I have never laughed so much playing a video game. But it would be, I mean, as I showed it very briefly on our stream a few weeks ago, I was playing games on Steam. It's not the same when you're playing it by yourself. It's not that interesting. I'm sure some solo streamers can do a very good job with it, but that's not us. That takes a talent we don't have, I feel.
Let's see if I can go here. Have you ever considered doing Adventure Island 2 NES?
I actually don't have Adventure Island 2 NES. I've got Adventure Island on the Game Boy, which I think it's a bit easier than the NES version. Adventure Island 1 on Game Boy is a port of Adventure Island 2 NES, and Adventure Island 2 Game Boy is a port of Adventure Island 3 NES. And I played through 3 or 2, which was a port of 3, which was way easier in the NES version because it lets you continue any level. Whereas the NES game makes you replay the whole world. But I think 2 is not as, or excuse me, 1, the port of 2, I don't think is as generous, but probably still a bit easier. I would imagine the Game Boy games move at a little slower pace. Yeah, Aerial Aces. I'm talking about Southeast Game Exchange in Greenville, South Carolina, that I will be at this coming weekend.
And then next month we'll or month after next, August 9th, right, is when we're going to be in Long Island.
Let me check what
sure
weekend that one is.
I'm pretty sure that it is.
What the heck?
What the heck?
Like I tried to search for Long Island Retro Gaming Expo and it opened up my history instead of Googling. Yes, it's August 9th through 11th. It's a good one. We only went the one time, I think 2019.
Oh, was I supposed to kill that guy? It's like, I won't tell you anything. I just grenaded him.
A good friend Adam is going to be showing off his huge Nintendo World Championship collection there, and I helped him out with the recreation of the original 1990 logo. He will also be at Long Island Retro Game. Oh, that sounds really cool. So it'll be at Greenville and Long Island? What is a Nintendo World Championship collection?
Yeah.
Like what is there to have beyond a cart?
Hopefully that guy respawns.
That sounds cool. Long Island definitely has a really cool museum section.
Yeah.
Or at least they did the year that we were there. I really loved that. I was very impressed. So I would say that would be a very good fit for there for sure.
Okay, good. How do I won't tell you anything. I guess it's only one bullet kills him. How do I
commented code said last year they had a whole Tetris
I might have to
museum.
hit him with the
I don't know what there is to have in a
whip him
Tetris
a few
museum
times,
either.
right?
Huh?
Don't I have to hit him with my arm a couple times?
Who?
The prisoner. First I blew him up. I thought I had to scare him, but I think I got to hit him a few times. That's got to torture him.
I don't remember. I mean, have you played this game multiple times before?
I think I may have played it twice. I think I played through it the first time, and I played through it again to get Joe's machine gun.
He has tons of original memorabilia, apparel, semifinalists, and quarterfinalist stuff, the winners' trophies, videos, articles, signed print materials, and official correspondence. Wow, so he actually has collected the trophies that were won by other people? That's an amazing dedication to tracking this stuff down.
Absolutely amazing.
When does the Nintendo World Championships game come out?
When does that come out? It's got to be real soon, right? Did you get Luigi's Mansion 2?
Not
HD?
yet. Not yet. The Nintendo World Championships NES edition releases July 18th. Is that just like readily available on Best Buy now? I'm going to
Probably.
look at, because like it was like up for pre-order, down for pre-order.
I don't know. It's sold out already.
I mean, you never know though. But I bet it's just available.
Shoot, I mean.
Yeah, it's just available. But there's always that panic, right?
Yes.
And then it goes up and it goes down, and so I mean, it seems justified to be panicked, right?
Yeah.
It sells out, and then it's just available.
Because then eventually, the one time that you say, "Oh, it'll be readily available," it won't be.
Exactly.
Without fail.
Well, that was Final Fantasy VII Intergrade, right? Or Final Fantasy VII.
And you know what's happening with it now?
Reunion. Like, no reason to believe either of those would become uncommon.
Yeah, I just heard today that one game that you got that I know nothing about, but it's like the Scorn. Scorn.
Oh, Scorn. Oh, I thought you were going to say Legend of Legacy.
Oh, no. I remember you got that game Scorn, right? Isn't that what it?
Right. Well, it's like a Geiger inspired thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Apparently,
it
it's
seemed interesting. Like really expensive.
I guess, yeah. Oh.
Well, I guess I'm glad I got what I did.
Yeah.
I hope it's interesting. I haven't played it yet. Speaking of strange artwork of strange beings, this is something that has often crossed my mind, and like I don't even know how to like phrase this as like how do I even like put into words the thing that I'm confused about. So I when I was eating dinner, I was watching the most recent Left in Japan that GameSack released like a week ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it had which game? Oh, it was Tengai Machio. And there was like some video of a boss in it that has this like design motif that is very common on Akira Toriyama monsters. And I don't think Akira Toriyama had anything to do with it. But like you see it on like, it's on like Lavos and several other monsters in Chrono Trigger. It's in quite a few like major villains in Dragon Quest. Like let me look up a picture of like, probably like Frieza.
Oh, from
maybe not on Frieza. I'm not. Well, actually, yeah. At least some version of Frieza. Like here, like let me. Can I just like drag this from Google into OBS? Drag the URL into OBS. This will automatically. I don't know. I don't want the link as a source. I just want the picture. Okay.
No.
Okay, like so here's like a picture of Frieza. Wait, a URL? What will it? Okay, it did it. Okay, so like here's a picture of Frieza, probably in some evolved form or something. I don't know that much about Dragon Ball. So like that pink stuff like on his arms and legs.
Yeah.
Like this ribbed design like that appears on like the inside of like limbs or sometimes on the joints of limbs. Like that's just like as that kind of stuff is like all over. Like, let me look up what's the final boss in Dragon Warrior 4 called? Is it Necrosorrow?
I don't remember.
Yeah, like here. Whoops. Oh wait, that's not. Here, copy image address. Here. Okay. Here is from Dragon Quest 4. Like, look on the insides of his arms.
Yeah.
Legs. It's like this, like, ribbed.
Yes.
Like, what is that supposed to be? Like, what is that?
It's just a detail that I don't think it's meant to.
But like, you see this in like Japanese monster art design a lot. Like, it's like some sort of like muscle exoskeleton or something. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Yes. I mean, maybe.
Like, I'm gonna look up Lavos.
I mean, is it just a Toriyama thing? Because all these examples are all...
Makio isn't Toriyama, is it?
I don't know.
Like, where is... Like, Lavos is, like, second form. You know, like, here... Here's Lavos' second form.
Let's see that Lavos.
That's Broken Halo says, I think it's a segmented exoskeleton. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Here, like, look at Lavos here. Like, he's got that crap like on the underside of his arm, like on the sides of his face, like under his ribs.
Like, I don't see, all this stuff just sounds like it's like all. I mean, it's all part of like how Toriyama.
But it's not. But my point is, it's not just Toriyama though. Like, you know,
but it's just like a detail. It's almost like armor or something.
But like I feel like they're.
I mean, if you look at like old,
there has to be a term for it. Like, what do you call it? Like surely Toriyama didn't go through his whole life being like, yes, and I'm going to, you know, just add one of those weird ribbed muscle sections to this guy.
Well, I'm pretty sure that like even
like you had to have
even
like
Iron Man, like when he was drawn, had something like that. Like even Iron Man, like in the comics, like I feel like had something similar to that.
Okay, so my point is like there has to be a term for it. Like what is this? What is going through the artist's mind when they think I'm going to add that weird ribbed thing to this monster's or superhero's arms?
It just for me it just like feels like it's detail.
It just I don't like it. Just there has to be a term for this.
Yeah, I just think it's like a detail of like. It makes it look like it could like expand or bend.
Sure. It's like it seems like some sort of just like natural protective like exoskeleton or tough muscle or something like that.
Yeah.
But we're going in circles like trying to come up with a word for this. Like I feel like there should just be a word for this. It's just weird.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
I don't know.
It's just weird that it's like this like recurrent design motif. It's just like I just don't have the words to describe it.
Yeah. I don't know. I have like never once thought about this in my life. I will be completely honest. It's just never like, oh, it's just like part of his design. That's just like,
I don't know. I mean, you know, I mean, you look at a monster and you're like, oh yes, there's his arms, there's his claws, there's his eyes and mouth, and you know, horns or antenna or something. And then you know, I see that on monsters, and I'm like, what is this? What do I call it? Like, I have words for these other things on the creatures. I don't have a word for them.
I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had.
Imperfect Cell has that for a mouth. Like, I gotta see that. Imperfect Cell. Cell is a Dragon Ball thing. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. That's just like, that's his whole mouth. His mouth is it like where his mouth should be is just like, it's just that weird ribbed stuff. Like what is this?
What is it?
Shadowmask says, I think it's an indicator of an insect-like form for Toriyama, like the belly of a roach. Yeah, I guess maybe it's meant to invoke sort of an insectoid type thing. Or you know, cockroaches are hard to kill, so put some motif of a cockroach design on it. I mean, that could make sense. Like let me look up anatomy of a cockroach. Maybe it will tell me what that is.
It's Big
other
Mama.
than just abdomen. Well, this points to it and says abdomen. I want more specific than that. I don't seem to be getting that though. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Wait, what? Ooh, we might be onto something. This one has like the whole abdomen, but it says sclerite? SCLERITE. Okay. SCLERITE. Oh. My fingers were on the wrong... My fingers were shifted over a little on my keyboard, and instead I typed DVITLYR, and I'm very confused why the first result is gov.uk Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency. Okay. Let me try again. Wikipedia has an article for sclerite. Are we about to find out what this is called? A sclerite, which is derived from the Greek scleros, meaning hard, is a hardened body part. In various branches of biology, the term is applied to various structures, but not as a rule to vertebrate and anatomical features such as bones and teeth. Instead, it refers most commonly to the hardened parts of arthropod exoskeletons.
An arthropod?
Yes. Arthropod.
It's like crustaceans. The arthropod is like the...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the picture at the top of this article is a lobster. And you see like the hardened segments of the tail. I
really like how these grenades sound when they hit the ground.
Showing a picture of a snail where like the bottom of it's this like weird scaly stuff. Scaly foot gastropod. Ew. That looks super gross.
Oh.
Don't look up scaly-foot gastropod, y'all. It's kind of gross. And yet I'm looking at more pictures of it right now.
It's so gross I can't look away.
Yeah. It's like imagine if a snail's body, like not its shell, but its body, had like dragon scales. It's weird.
Oh shoot. Get up there. Come on. Don't be an idiot. Come on.
So maybe it's sclerite. Could that be it? Like Toriyama's like all right, we're putting some sclerite on Lavos here.
Yes. Shooting this dude with a rocket launcher from halfway across the... Is that it? Oof, okay.
Whoa.
Luckily, I didn't take a hit the entire time. I got the vector cannon. That's definitely the correct turn. Definitely. All right. There he is. Oh, he's pointing with his...
Oh, he's pointing with his
other arm now.
With his wife arm now.
Yeah. Well, we don't know that yet. I mean, it's almost like they just gotta like settled down and said like, what's the dumbest thing we can think about or think of? Like, what's the dumbest plot twist that his? Not only are we gonna make Super Joe evil, yeah, but his wife's soul is his arm is made out of his wife. And the thing is it is never going to live that down.
No. Like everyone, like I feel like so few people have actually played that game, and yet I think everyone knows that twist.
Yes.
Like that. I feel like it's one of the more famous twists in video games, for at least relative to the game's popularity, right?
Yes.
Like a high percentage of people know that twist versus the number of people who have actually played it.
Yes. What a dumb thing.
You think Bionic Commando has the most ridiculous plot twist? Look at the ending of Drawn to Life, the next chapter. Drawn to Life has plot twists? Drawn to Life is that? Oh no, I'm thinking of Scribblenauts.
That sounds
Remember
believable
Scribblenauts?
too. Yeah. How could I forget?
I may not know what Drawn to Life is. Drawn to Life, the next chapter.
Oh, dude, I can throw.
Oh, I remember. I remember box for that game. It's a DS game. I don't know how to describe what kind of game it looks like. Did you ever play Scribblenauts?
I played the very first one, and it was like definitely not for me.
Yeah.
I found it obnoxious, and I felt like it didn't work that well.
I mean, it was pretty impressive.
But it probably got a lot better with future games. But I just never even thought.
I mean, I you know, I don't own it anymore, but I did stream it like when it came out. We thought like, oh, this would be a great stream. There was definitely some pretty funny stuff that happened during the course of that. Like that was like I streamed that with like my like mini DV camcorder like pointing down at the DS, and I was like hunched over it, and it like was so profoundly uncomfortable. I mean, we're talking
3 hours.
When did that game come out? Like, this is ghetto streaming.
That was
sure.
Yeah, that was
Scribblenauts. This is 2009.
Dang.
Streaming DS in 2009 with a mini DV camcorder. Oh man, if only the archives of that still existed.
Yeah, it would be really cool if it did.
I remember something funny happened with a wheelchair, but I don't remember what. I just remember it involved a wheelchair. Are there like newer versions of that series? I wonder.
There was for a while there, but I don't. I think that they stopped making.
Scribblenauts Showdown. Oh, that's a party. When's the last?
That's when you know a series is basically done. Is like when a party game comes out, right? They're like party games in a series.
They have like nothing to do with the gameplay of like that the series is known for.
Right, and like party games are like the equivalent of like going to space in horror movies. When you're like out of ideas, like let's just like make a party game. And I know like Mario Party, but like that's the exception.
Yeah, like I mean, think about how like the Rabbids like replaced Rayman.
Yeah.
Like pretty much. Like I think Rayman Origins and Legends came after the Rabbids were already a thing, but like for the most part Rayman was pretty dead. And it's like let's have raving rabbits instead. They're party animals.
I mean, like, yeah.
It looks like
Sonic Shuffle.
It looks like there was
Crash Bash. I mean, wasn't there like recently there was like a Crash party game or like a reboot of the Crash party games, wasn't there? Or is that like a Crash like Super Smash?
I forgot
Brothers
that was even a thing. It looks like the most recent proper one was Scribblenauts Unmasked. But it says Scribblenauts Unmasked, a DC Comics adventure.
Oh. So they started making comics of it then, I guess.
It looks like he's got like Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman and stuff in it. But it looks like it came out on Wii U, 3DS, Switch, PS4, and Xbox.
Oh, there he is.
So, but it sounds like the gameplay is basically Scribblenauts Unlimited.
Groder? Is that his name, Groder? This guy? Before I find out what his name is, isn't it like Groder?
I don't remember. You remember way more about this game than I do.
My name, Godfrey Groder.
How do you remember this?
Dude, he's in the reboot too. I think he's like.
Oh, really?
He's the guy you fight him and then you like blow his body up and he sticks the grenade in his mouth and then kicks him off.
Yeah.
I love how he kicks him off in that cutscene because it's just like he could like.
Why you remember because you did the video.
Yeah, but he like kicks it. He just kind of like pushes him off a little bit, like with the side of his foot. Like he's just could not care less about what he's doing. He's just like, all right, here we go. Groder.
Okay, it looks like there was another game called Scribblenauts Unlimited. Maybe that's like the last normal one. That was on 3DS, Wii U, and then later got ported to Switch, PS4, and Xbox One. I would be curious to try like a recentish version of that series and see if it. Like I like it makes me think of the same thing as like, you know, old adventure games like King's Quest and stuff, like where you like the original King's Quest, where what you do is, you know, is a text parser games. Like I love the idea of the game mechanics being what you can think up in your head rather than like directly controlling the character. You're just like, well, can he do this? And you type it in and see if he can. Like, something about that has always been appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even though I'm not like a big PC gamer, that's always seemed like a very potentially, you know, powerful input mechanism. And so I like the idea that you could do almost anything that pops into your head. And, you know, these objects have these different properties that can interact with each other, you know. Like, I mean, in a lot of ways, like Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, like, could be a similar kind of concept, right? Where it's based on objects that you can find, but all of these objects have properties and physics and or potentially even levels of aggression, right? Or certain things that they may be aggressive towards and other things they may not be aggressive towards. You know, when you summon these monsters and creatures, like, you know, so you can, you know, you have this power to kind of create, you know, this interesting chaos in the world. I think that's what's exciting about that gameplay concept. Michigan Jack says, my friend and I made a bet when this came out that whoever completes all challenge rooms first gets $200. Nearly 20 years later, neither of us have completed the bet. Or, no, you said neither of us haven't completed the bet. I'm sure you meant you haven't. Neither of you have. Man, 20 years. What year is this game?
Is it 2007, maybe?
2008.
Okay, so did this come out before Donkey Kong Country Returns?
Oh, absolutely. I think that game was 2010 or 2011.
Is this the first example of a game like doing like a silhouette? You think then? I mean, that's the first one I can think of is in Donkey Kong Country Returns, when he has like the silhouette level.
Surely not. It's a great question, though. I think people often think of Donkey Kong Country Returns for that.
Yeah.
I'd rather think of this because this is a better game.
Was that Super Joe? Joe.
Thanks.
He's like, thanks, I'm the bad guy.
Yeah. I love how Super Joe just doesn't look like anyone special at all. Like Rad Spencer, like one look at him and you're like, this guy can get stuff done, right? Like, this man is an action hero. Super Joe, he's just some dude.
The Albatross.
Ooh, Cheesemeister has a good one. Zelda 2.
For what?
The final. I mean, it's kind of different because you're. I mean, like, he just is a shadow. It's like not like all characters in the foreground are silhouetted, right? Bitrose says Molly Mallard and Cold Shadow. I got the NES version of, or not NES, SNES version of that a few years ago, but I've Not played. I've like tried it out, but not anything much more than that.
I don't think I can play the original with the same proficiency, but I think I'd play, like, I don't know, like, I feel like it's not that difficult. What are they doing up there?
I mean, it's an even smaller game, I would say, because like the levels are definitely pretty expanded here.
Guys, what's going on up there? They're like kicking the floor directly above me, and it's super obnoxious.
Kitten Zero says, didn't it happen in a Shinobi game? Did it? Do you remember?
Now that I'm thinking about it, it sounds familiar.
You look like you've been in a deep sleep, Sandy. You want to come say hi? Come say hi to the stream. Look. Come say hi. Come here. Look. Look what Coury's playing Bionic Commando ReArmed.
How exciting.
Look.
Sandy's like, oh shit. I can't believe it.
When you said that, she like perked up and looked over at the speaker like, what?
Oh my
Language, Coury. Sandy, come here. Come look. Come over here.
How come I can't get in
Fine,
here?
don't come over here.
Okay. Oh. Is this Joe's machine gun? So I got Joe's machine gun.
You want to come say hi?
Look at that.
Oh. She feels fluffy because it's been raining today. And so her fur has kind of poofed out as she's dried.
Super Joe's own machine gun.
Tired. You seem tired.
I thought I had to do something special to get Joe's machine gun. I know that they made there was a patch for this that gave you unlimited lives in normal and easy mode. And it gave you the ability to like extend your arm. Like if you're like hanging, you can like make yourself like drop down a little bit. I wonder if they made that easier. In the patch to get Joe's machine gun. See, I think I might be able to finish this. We'll see.
Ariel, she's like 26, 27 pounds.
Like
She's definitely fluffy.
Yeah, you're gonna have dog clothing, right? Because I definitely want to get something for Nelly.
Oh, and Ariel, I didn't have time to mess with it, but I did get those Mr. Tap 2 stickers.
Oh, nice.
It should be real easy to make those.
I'm gonna order one of those the new 24-bit capable I/O boards from.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
There was like a new 24-bit the I/O boards, which is like they made it for I don't know, like they're 24-bit.
Like what's What's the advantage? Like,
apparently is able to allow the PlayStation and N64 cores to achieve their full potential.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
I mean,
but Mr. Add-ons has some.
So you, in other words, you could have higher color depth without dithering on PS1.
Right.
That's
I think.
pretty
I
amazing.
mean, that's what I assume is the case. But yes.
That's pretty cool.
Mr. Add-ons has them, and it swaps out the like the VGA style output for a Saturn style, which are like becoming more and more common, I guess. That's what the Retro Castle Mr. were doing too.
Interesting. But yeah, it seems like it would mostly be for very few things. I mean, I don't know. That's like something I would love to see, but I don't know if I would like actually play with it that way.
Yeah.
Like, because like just like I don't know. I feel like I would be too paranoid. Like, oh, does this game look like it should? You know? Like, I'd be like,
with the Mister, like it's like, all right, it's.
I'd have to see it in action and try it with a bunch of different games before I would feel confident. Like, okay, yes, this is because like
But I mean, it's not like it's.
I don't use the.
Yeah, it's not. It's you can't think of it as like, oh, this is a replacement, because it won't be a replacement for you. It's just like, oh, if it does this, it's if it's possible, like it's going beyond what even the original system could do, anyways.
Well, right, but that's why I think I would be uneasy with it. I'd be like, well, does it look right? Does it not? I would have to see it in action and try it with a bunch of different games before I'd feel confident. Like okay, yeah, this is I like how this is working, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
because I just like I don't mind dithering in general. Like, for systems where it makes sense to have dithering,
right?
It's better than color banding. And if you don't dither, you're gonna have color banding. So, there was a $5 super chat from Container 7. No comment, but thank you as always. Much appreciated. PSP dithering I find a little more annoying than PS1. Just because, like, it looks weird with the low quality video output.
Hitting him with Joe's machine gun.
Heck yeah.
I mean, this is supposed to be like the best weapon in the game, but I feel like it's not.
Oh, what is the best one?
I don't know. I feel like the rocket launcher is more useful.
Do you have the rocket launcher?
Yeah, I've had it for a while now. Come on! It's what it is. It's sometimes it's like that. It's the stupid D-pad, stupid Xbox 360 D-pad.
Oh, yeah. Are you using a transforming D-pad?
Yeah, but even that doesn't make a difference.
Even that's not great. You know what was funny? The way I said great made me think of it. I went to the old rare after Nintendo episode on Conquer Live and Reloaded to see if there was any like Conquer's Bad Fur Day N64 footage I could steal from it.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't. I ended up recording a new clip from the game. But what I did do is I totally forgot. Like I had actually like taken like footage of Conquer 64, 12 Tales Conquer 64, and like put it through a VCR and re-recorded it off the VHS tape. I totally forgot I'd done that. But of course, we did that kind of stuff all the time at the time, right?
Right.
And so I thought that was fun. So I did take that from that episode. But what was funny was in this video, I say something along the lines of, it's no secret that Conquer was, originally going to be another cute and family-friendly animal character before blah, 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 blah. And I, like at the beginning of that Rare After Nintendo video, I say like almost the exact same thing. But the funny thing was, like it'd been a while since I watched a video that old. And like my VO style was like even more country sounding than it is. Like, I am not afraid to, kind of have a little fun with my accent every now and then. Like I'll
Come on. It's like I'm only getting annoyed because it's like I'm holding up and he's like shooting it diagonal.
But anyway, it was just funny because like I just go, Conquer was set to be another cute and family-friendly animal mascot character. It's just like, wow. I did my VO like that back then. Like I let the accent, I don't like try to mask the accent or anything. And when I'm kind of being silly in a video, I feel like it comes out even more, right? And that's neither intentional nor unintentional. It just it's just how I do. I was surprised. It sounded very different from my current VO. Well, it kind of reminds me, like someone. I was like reading some thread on John's Twitter, and someone asked like, "Hey, did you do this video?" And John was like, "Yeah, this was like the second video I ever did for DF." And it does not sound like him at all. Like, like finding your VO voice is like a process. It's like it's yourself, but it's like an optimized or streamlined version of like how you talk, I guess.
Right.
Like you're not playing a character, but you're not talking either, just like how we're talking right now,
Right. Because it's like something you learn to do over time.
Right.
It's like how you think you should sound.
Right. I like I say, it's not like intentional. Like I'm not like trying to be someone I'm not. I'm on my VO. I try to just let myself be myself, and that's why I'll sometimes say things in a silly way or whatever.
Yeah,
but
I just think it's interesting because I didn't used to. It took me a long time to really learn how to project my voice. Just not even talk about those early videos, but just maybe talk a little bit deeper when I speak, I guess, and just throw it out there.
I don't know.
And it's just something you learn how to do.
I'm still laughing about earlier when I accidentally typed. We were talking about the Xbox 360 video,
Yeah.
and I accidentally typed Xbox 359.
Which I think is there's a good
funny.
joke in there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a joke if we could find it.
It's
This
also
is
funny that you
funny.
just like, that you hit those two numbers in succession, and
Yeah.
also hit enter without even thinking about it.
I mean, 5 is next to 6, and 9 is next to 0.
Yeah. The furnace. Here we go. You notice how in the thumbnail I used that clip from the projectors video.
Oh, was it? I was like, I was like, this looks familiar.
Yeah, I love how that thing looked. That shot.
It looks so good. I love that shot too.
Yeah. So I knew when I was gonna play this, I was like, oh, I gotta find that.
Did you use that shot in your projectors video too?
Probably. I couldn't find the raw clip though. I know that I definitely have the raw clip around here. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, I love that whole section of that video. Like showing off the 720p stuff.
Yeah.
Because like until the Retrode 4K, you almost couldn't see these games in that way.
Right.
Otherwise, like it was almost impossible. Oh, did you see? Someone posted a tweet from Mike in our Discord. That he's working with someone. Well, someone was providing masks for him to test with, but like he had like a Game Boy DMG effect.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that. It looks really cool.
It looks really good. And we were actually talking about that not that long ago. I'm like, oh, would there be any way to like do two masks? And he, like an overlay mask that like blends differently. And he was saying he'd been actually thinking about that. So it looks like he's doing it because, because you can't get like the grid look. You can't truly get it without the mask not being transparent to what's below it, right? Like the way the masks are now, like the underlying colors impact. So you need like a something more opaque or more opaque to lay over the pixels that are impacted by the underlying colors. And it should look incredible for DMG or Game Boy Pocket looks. Now, there was a couple of comments on the video saying, I wish you did more of a Game Boy Pocket look. I was responding saying, I don't like throwing around the word nostalgia carelessly because, like I said at the beginning of Analog Frontiers Part 1, like it's not just nostalgia, right? Like that's something I think about a lot, is how a big part of the joy of retro gaming to me is discovering new old games. And that's not just nostalgia. But I will admit that my preference for the green tint of Game Boy is probably largely informed by nostalgia. I did think at the time that I got my Game Boy Pocket. I got a Game Boy Pocket because my original Game Boy, developed splotches in the screen. Not like the lines, but just like black splotches. Like I think the LCD material was like leaky. I gave it to a friend who liked tinkering with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, he had like he liked like wiring up gadgets where he had like he had He had like a sensor wired up under his doormat that would like cause a toy fire truck in his room to like, go off when someone stepped on the mat outside his room.
Oh, that's
stuff
fun.
like that. Yeah, he liked tinkering with electronics. And so I gave my Game Boy to him, thinking like, oh, maybe you can take this apart and do something fun with it. And I got a Game Boy Pocket. So, I thought it was an upgrade at the time for sure. I mean, it's a bigger screen. I think the claims of it having better motion clarity are largely a bit of an exaggeration. It's a little better, but not as much better as it probably felt at the time. Like, you look at them side by side now and it's like about the same, versus, what you can get today with more modern fixed pixel grid displays. Game Boy Pocket's pretty cool. It reminded me actually, I traded in my Game Boy Pocket as part of a little bit of a trade-in to get the N60 or not N64, the PS1 Funko Land. I traded in some games and my Game Boy Pocket because the Game Boy Color was I'd been playing the Game Boy Color for a while at that point. And when I got my Game Boy Pocket out of the drawer, I hadn't used it in months. I'm like, is it messed up? Is it broken? Because it was so blurry.
When was this? Just
when I bought my PS1.
Oh, okay.
I had had the Game Boy Color for several months at that point. I was like, well, I'm going to trade in my Game Boy Pocket and some games so I can afford the PlayStation.
Sorry, I was just really focusing on making.
Because I didn't expect to want to use that Game Boy Pocket again. Of course, I bought one on eBay years ago, so I'd have one I could use on the show. But anyway, I remember after getting used to the Game Boy Color screen, and pulling out that Game Boy Pocket and then, testing it to make sure there wasn't, anything wrong with it before I'm trying to trade it in. I was just like, oh my gosh, is this supposed to be this way? I didn't remember it being so blurry.
Oh, come on.
What are my thoughts on mod retro chromatic? You know what that is? I can't remember that. It sounds vaguely. Let me look it up. Show of hands says 2.5D looks like such crap. I ain't gonna be showing my hand for that. I disagree. I mean, at the time, I would say this was a pretty high fidelity game. Oh, the Oculus guys FPGA Game Boy. That's what that is. I mean, I ain't seen it in person, so I couldn't say. I forget the details of it. Actually, I'm looking up the website now.
Is it for sale?
It looks neat. I mean, it's pretty looking. And the cool thing is, I believe if I recall correctly, it is an actual 144p screen. Which is
it like something you want to get? You think?
I mean, I'm not jumping up and down to get it.
Pre-orders are. How much is it?
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it is if it is a 144p, LCD screen, with the RGB subpixels, it's effectively a Game Boy Color, right? So, to what extent could you what could you do with original Game Boy games on it, right? And as I kind of demonstrated in this video, I mean, I've expressed it before too, like I am not a fan, not at all a fan actually, of how the Game Boy Color treats pre-color games. Like it didn't even cross my mind before I got the Game Boy Color that Super Game Boy palettes wouldn't be supported. Now I understand, that is something that runs in the Super Nintendo, right? But like I wasn't thinking in those terms at the time, right? Like I just you've got this feature, this color feature. I expect to be able to use it in these games, and you couldn't. And the colorization on Game Boy Color, okay, fine. Like I can live without the Super Game Boy Enhanced palettes, but you don't even I just imagine there would be like an interface, like a button you would hit, or like maybe when you booted up the system, you would be in a different mode or something where like you could set your color palette, like create a color palette like on Super Game Boy. If it's the Game Boy Color and the Super Game Boy can already do these things, I went into the newer product assuming it would be able to do what the older product could do. So I've always had an uneasy relationship with the Game Boy Color, I would say, like from the beginning. And I feel like, as I sort of point out in a lot of examples, I sort of have discovered that in a lot of cases, I think the GBC colorization is fairly flawed in a lot of the Black Cart games. Not terrible, but fairly flawed in a lot of cases. Some are better, some are better. Others, I think are worse on the Game Boy Color, or just different. But like the original Game Boy aesthetic works very well in a lot of them. Is just as playable, just as easy to see what's going on, and you kind of get that nostalgic look of the original Game Boy. And I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I feel like the GBC exclusive library is pretty weak overall. There's definitely some heavy hitters, for sure, but I don't think it's that great. I find the pre-GBC Game Boy library to be much more interesting.
Gosh darn it.
And so I feel like something that is just a Game Boy Color that, the Analog Pocket has a flexible screen, right? Like it can become something that looks like a DMG. It can become something that looks like a Game Boy Pocket. It can become something that looks like a Game Boy Light. It can do that weird pinball screen mode that almost looks like a Virtual Boy. It can also do the Game Boy Color screen look. So because it's this 1440p screen, it's got 10 times the resolution on each axis that it actually needs, and it can recreate these effects very effectively. So considering this screen on this thing, I think that's very cool. That's very cool. Like actually getting a newly made 144p, GBC style screen is very cool, but the majority of the games I would want to play on it, would probably not look that great to me. Because I kind of genuinely hate the colorization options for non-color games on GBC. Like the GBC is a great screen, very high motion clarity, looks really cool for GBC screens. Very easy to, as far as unlit screens go, very, very easy to use. You don't, it's very, the GBA screen is very similar in terms of motion clarity, but it's much darker, harder to see in a low light environment. GBC, not that bad. And here's the other thing. Like, I mean, I would love to look at the thing and
you have a lot of thoughts on this. I just think it's really funny.
I did a whole video about.
I know. I just think it's funny because I was like, I can't believe you're still like going about it.
It wasn't. It wasn't about the screen quality in this video, but it's something that I guess I'm somewhat passionate about. But here's the thing too. Like, I like recreating the screen effects though on a bigger TV. Like, at the end of the day, like, Analog Pocket is real cool, but I don't use it that much. I've traveled with it once or twice, and I don't play handheld games at home that much. Like, most of the reason that it's in on my B-roll table in the other room right now, but usually the Analog Pocket is sitting right here next to my desk, which is right next to my Game Boy games. And I'm like, oh, I want to check something in this game. Mm-hmm. So, like, I'm like, does this game do this, or does it have this mode? Or, I'm like, maybe I'm writing, like when I was writing my script for this Game Boy video, like I would reference some things on it from time to time. So it's kind of like almost like a work tool for me. Like, I don't play handheld at home. I just don't.
Yeah.
Like, I would do that when like the DS or the 3DS was like the current system, and the game I wanted to play was on that system. But now those aren't the current systems. I don't play them that often, and now the current handheld is the Switch, which is a console that I can dock.
Look, I love how douchey they made this guy look.
But anyway, I like recreating those screen effects, but I like to play my games on the TV. So, like, the Analog Pocket is definitely going to treat, I would say, the games that I want to play on a Game Boy system. It treats them, I think, probably better than a native 144p screen would, as freaking cool as that may be. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to try it, but not especially interested for my own usage, because I'm generally probably going to play these games, on my HD or my OLED TV with RetroTink effects instead.
Now, here we go. The Albatross.
Ooh. Oh, there was $2 super chat from Matthew. Thank you, saying Street Fighter 3 Third Strike is my thing right now, but I suck at it.
Did you see there's a couple of other ones. There's there's one from Trifton.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 9 minutes ago from Trifton 1. I now that I remember, I did see something pop up, but I was like just in such a rant-fueled stupor.
Okay, I mean,
that I didn't get back to it. Sorry about that.
That's why I was laughing.
Oh, and Matthew dropped. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't get all the Game Boy out of my system.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes. Trifton, 1999. Thank you so much. Thank you. Saying, yo, MLiG, great video on GB color modes. The DX colorization ROM hacks are also great. Playing Kirby's Dream Land 2 DX tonight. Ooh. I am not aware of that one. It sounds interesting. When I was at John's, he had something on a flash cart that we tried. It was like I think it was New Super Mario Land. And it was like, or no, it was, I think it was actually a Super Nintendo game, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it was like on his like SD2 SNES or something. And it was like New Super Mario Brothers graphics converted to sprites, and running natively on the Super Nintendo. It was, you know, a fan remake of Super Mario Land, and it looked and played and sounded kind of bad, but it was fascinating. Interesting exercise.
Is there boss rush in this mode? Is this what happens? Is that there's like a boss rush? I don't recall.
But anyway, I should check out some more of those colorizations. I mean, like I expressed, I have a lot of fondness for how those games were created in a, you know, for that screen, and I think the artwork is rather unique. You know, even compared to, you know, television-based LCD systems, they did some interesting stuff, I think, with the backgrounds. So I do like them in their original form, but I should, you know, that stuff like that is actually a great idea for streams. You know, something that you know, maybe I wouldn't play through the whole thing on my own, but it's like something interesting to check out on a stream. That's actually a great idea. Like I was thinking of Kirby's Dream Land 2 a lot earlier today, actually, because I was thinking about how freaking much I love the feel of the burning ability, the fireball. Like that's like one of the most satisfying moves in all of video games, I think. Like how it goes through enemies and goes through blocks, and then when it hits the wall, you do this like boom. You hit it, and you go back a bit as you go up, and then you can do it again and go over the wall. So it's like boom, boom. Like something about that is just like that rhythm to that is like super satisfying.
In what?
Kirby's Dream Land 2.
Oh, okay.
I think Kirby's Adventure has the mechanics, I think, of the burning ability are similar, I think. But I can't say positively off the top of my head. It's Kirby's Dream Land, because I played Kirby's Dream Land 2 much earlier than I played Adventure. So that was kind of where it was burned into my head of what that burning ability feels like. It's kind of awesome, I think. Man, playing Kirby's Dream Land 2 DX sounds like... Actually, I'm going to look it up right now. I feel like I should keep that in mind maybe for next time I stream. Kirby's Dream Land 2 DX. There we go. Oh, shoot. Look at this. Dude, that looks amazing. Holy cow.
A lot of those are really good.
This one looks really good. Wow. Wow, yeah.
Oh, what the?
When did this come out? Oh, it came out
Thank you.
like the very end of last year. Wow. Okay. Wow. I am going to try to remember that. Maybe even for the next time I stream, which won't be next week, of course, because Coury will be streaming without me next week. But maybe I'll try to remember that.
It might be a good comeback.
That does, because like the color, I think the colorization in Kirby's Dream Land 2 is really good for what it is. You know, it's got a different colored HUD. The color palettes I think are fun for each world. And the title screen looks amazing. But you know, it has limitations just because, you know, games with scrolling can't really do a lot of that much interesting stuff with their palettes on Super Game Boy, because, you know, they have to draw the region. So it's limited to, you know, you can do a lot of things in something like the Game & Watch gallery games, where, you know, there usually isn't screen scrolling. Some of the games have screen scrolling, like the Donkey Kong games, but generally they don't. That does look really good. I have to say. That looks super good. I will try to remember that for next time.
Okay, this one's the cloud. This level is completely new, I think. The actual inside of the Albatross, right? There's several
yeah,
like
it
all
might
new
be
levels.
somewhat inspired by the last level in
Yes.
the Game Boy game.
Yeah. That whole part in the Game Boy game is like so stressful. And you gotta
It's like freaking awesome though.
It is,
like,
but it's like you gotta go.
It is.
It's real.
You gotta
it's
go
real.
under it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome though. So cool. I would be fine solo streaming. I wouldn't overestimate how much talking I would do purely on my own. I tend to focus on the game.
Yeah.
I mean, well, even on the backloggery streams, we'll get into little moments where we're both pretty silent for a while, just because we're focusing on the game.
Yep. I mean, it's the same way for me. Like when I've done those weekday streams, although like I haven't done one since in a while. It's I'm I don't know, like I'm kind of quiet, but
you're in a different mindset. I mean, you make no guarantees about how entertaining you will be during those streams.
Yeah.
And that's.
I mean, I don't think we make any guarantees that how any entertaining will be at any point. Even like during these.
We make an effort though. Here.
Yes.
I feel like a modicum of effort is expended on being entertaining here.
Yeah.
Or
like interactive.
Be entertained by. Interactive. I mean, I know I am not the best at that because I get in these, long rants and then I get tunnel vision and I have a hard time just seeing the chat because I'm just like just into what I'm into talking about. But anyway, there was two $2 super chats from Matthew. And I read the second one about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike being my thing right now, but I suck at it. But before that, there was also $2 super chat from Matthew saying, I didn't really want In-N-Out, but I didn't want to cook. My one experience with In-N-Out was it was real slow. I mean, it was probably like a Friday or Saturday or Sunday or something, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But it took like 40 minutes because it was like so popular. Like I remember how long we waited. That was when we were hanging out with Gabe and Tony.
Yes.
Way back in 2017.
Like a whole lifetime ago, almost. It seems.
Yeah. I got to hang out with them briefly last year. We had some fun. That was a good time. But did not go back to In-N-Out Burger. Did go to what's it called? Chicken Loco? Something is a chicken place. I think it's like something Loco. Out there. I don't know what it's called. Someone from California help me out. What's the Loco something chicken?
What's that?
Pollo Loco. That was it. Pollo Loco.
Is it?
El Pollo Loco.
Isn't that the name of the place in Breaking Bad, though?
I haven't seen it. I don't know. It's a real place, though, okay? I had real chicken at this real place.
Okay.
Pretty good. Not as good as the curry I had in Little Tokyo earlier that day, though. But still good. And also not as good as the beef bowl I had from Yoshinoya the next day. But still good.
Ooh, I thought that was gonna get me. There we
El
go.
Pollo Loco is what they talk about the outtakes of Rush Hour 2. Did they have a good experience or bad experience with El Pollo Loco that got them talking about it? I wonder. Also, I recall being very surprised and impressed for how cheap, how affordable El Pollo Loco was, especially for a place, you know, out in LA, which I typically would expect to have, you know, higher prices than I'm used to.
I just don't want to do this whole area again. A little bit. All right.
Also, there was a $5 super chat from Historic Nerd
Oh, thank you.
saying less than 3.
Less than 3.
Yeah.
Or it's a heart.
Heart. It was hard, but
Wait, at first, did
something
you?
is less than 3.
There we go. So everyone should go buy this off the Microsoft store, though. It's $1.50. It's worth for the soundtrack alone.
No, unfortunately, I didn't get to hang out with Xavier when I was in California last year. I think he was.
Does he
I
live out there
messaged
now?
him, but I think he was out of town at the time. Huh?
He lives in LA?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Don't you remember we tried to? I mean, he lives in Hollywood technically. Don't you remember we tried when we were there in 2017? We like.
I mean, that
We
sounds
were like
familiar.
trying to meet up with him, and then the timing didn't work out or something. He's still there.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
He actually might come out again in August.
Oh yeah. Is he like, is work bring him there? Or
To California?
no? When he came and visited you.
Oh no! He was. It was kind of funny. He was surprising his family with like they. I guess his family like does vacation on the North Carolina coast every year.
Like the Outer Banks or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, he hadn't been in a long time, and so he was like, "I'm just going to like visit without telling them." Like, so he like actually surprised them, visiting them, and then he was like, "Well, then I want to go back home in Maryland for a few days."
Yeah.
So he like, you know, I mean, it was obviously out of the way because we're really far from the coast, but you know, he was like, well, I'll, you know, stop by and hang out with Drummond, Try, and Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was fun. But I think we're going to do a backloggery marathon, just mostly just for fun. I think.
Like a 24-hour one?
Probably not 24 hours, but maybe like Saturday and Sunday or something. I think it's going to be the weekend before Long Island.
Oh wow.
Like the backloggery side anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like a big milestone this year or anything, but like I think we want to try to do like backloggery anniversary streams in like August is a general thing. We did one last year because last year was last year or was it 2 years ago? 1 year was 15 years, not that long ago. So we did like a fun stream for that. But anyway, Xavier's thinking about coming back out again for that. Mostly because he said he actually wasn't taking time off the trip from a few weeks ago. So he was like still working during the day.
Oh, I see.
So he kind of wanted to like do a more proper family visit. So he thought like, oh, well, I'll just like fly in and out of Charlotte and then drive up to Maryland. So he thought it would be worth it. I think we're kind of back on his radar again.
I'm just trying to finish this, and then
I didn't even realize it was after 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was anywhere close. Like I'm actually surprised you're going to finish this. Like I did not. Like I don't know, in my head, like it was like a much more involved and difficult game.
yeah.
But you seem to know it fairly well. You seem to remember a lot more about it than I do. Probably because you did the video. So.
That video was like
A freaking long time ago, but still it made you revisit the game.
I mean, that wasn't too long after it came out, I don't think.
Well, I mean, we didn't do the channel when it came out. So my point is you revisit it. I mean, you remembered that the guy's name was Gottfried Gruber or whatever.
Gottfried. Yes. Ooh.
Kendrick,
See that
I'm
move?
pretty sure. I mean, I'm not that involved with site development anymore, Kendrick, so I'm not the right person to ask, but I am pretty sure Drum does intend to, either tie into a database or, kind of have our own user-generated database for future features. But I know that the having to type in everything manually is a big turnoff for a lot of people. At the time when we originally made the site, like searching databases for collection on the IGN collection function and stuff like that, other places like that were available at the time, like that, searching that stuff was so sluggish. And we're like, well, it's faster and easier to just type in the whole thing yourself. So we thought that was, at the time, we thought that was a feature. Not having to do with that slow searching. And also the fact that you can, name something whatever you want. Like, I think the word version, they dropped that. When did they drop that on Pokemon? Like, everything was like Pokemon Red version, Pokemon Blue version.
Yeah.
They dropped that like maybe X and Y. I think Black and White still have that. I think X and Y don't. I can look at X and Y right now. I don't have that. Pokemon Y does not have version on it. I think Black and White do.
Oh, there he is. Is Haley die? She just.
I don't remember.
Oh, it just had a voice that said, he said, Haley,
Mike.
Mike.
Resident Evil 4.
Oh,
When the I mean, I don't know, like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Every time,
that's fine,
every time, like a helicopter is like shot down in a video game or movie, like Drum and I are always like, Mike.
Is that 4?
Yeah.
Like, let's get out of here, and he like gets.
Yeah. Like he like shows up and he's like the coolest dude for like 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he blows up, and Leon goes, Mike. Like right before any of that, he's like, when this is over, beer's on me. And then he just like immediately gets shot down. He goes, Mike.
Oh,
Never even met him. But man, he wrecks stuff up.
I forgot that you can use the... It came to my attention that I only have one Xbox controller. One Xbox 360 controller.
Really?
Yeah, I just had this one. The other ones were just like not great. But you go on eBay and I got like a couple of brand new ones. They're like $35. I got a blue one and a black one.
I remember. I think that came up in the Discord not that long ago. Like some links to new ones, but like, are they legit? Like PS.
I mean, it says OEM and then it says like it has the OEM box and stuff.
I mean, you know the PS.
I won't know until I get them.
Yeah. I thought about getting some. But I mean, I've got 3 360 controllers. One of them though came with the used.
What am I doing
I
here?
bought
Not that
bought
apparently.
last year, and it was. It's not great. It's not that good, but I have it. But I've got the black one.
You're gonna make me do this every time? That's obnoxious.
I got the black one that came with my E model, and I've got the silver one. Something I really regret though is I used to have like I kind of wrecked it. I used to have like a wired 360 controller. I wish I had. I feel like they might be kind of expensive to wire.
I have a wired one.
Yeah.
Are they expensive?
I feel like it was more than I expected last time I looked it up, but I've not really looked that deeply into it. But I wish I still had, because I bought one. It took me a long time to come around on Xbox. Mostly because they used to always have bad. Now they. I think the Series X has the best D-pad right now.
This wouldn't even be bad if I didn't have to do this every single time. It's like annoying that it makes you run all the way up here.
It was a weird checkpoint.
It makes you. They just want you to see Haley's body every time.
Refuel your rage. But anyway, like I had one, but like it took me so long to come around Xbox controllers, like mostly because of the the ABXY being flipped from Nintendo, and it just always annoyed me so bad, and I had a really hard time enjoying using it for like Steam games and stuff.
Can I send them back to them?
Yeah, this was before I had any.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
And I tried to I had this stupid idea of like modifying the D-pad, like to see if I can make the D-pad better, and I kind of that's not.
Oh, you tried to or has that D-pad and you got underneath and tried to.
Yeah, I tried to see like what can I do, and I kind of wrecked it. Like I was trying to use sandpaper to open up the pivot area for some reason, and so I think I've got some pieces of that controller, but it's pretty messy. So I don't have a good wired 360 controller. Someone in the chat point out though, you can get the charge and play cable.
Right.
I don't know if those are easy to get a hold of anymore.
Side to side, huh? What do you mean side to side? I can't.
Swing your arms from side to side. Oh, Stefan says plain charge cables are only for charging, not data. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, I can probably use the arm. I guess that makes sense.
Only $9. But if it doesn't do data, then it's not very useful. I used to have like the official battery packs for Xbox 360 with like a official Microsoft charging stand. But like the batteries like always make that like squeaking sound, you know what I'm talking about? Like when they're charging, they just go squeak, squeak. Sometimes rechargeable batteries do that. I don't really know
Yeah.
what what it means, or if it's like a indicative of a problem. But it both made me paranoid and annoyed me. Like if the room was just silent, you would just hear it periodically just go squeak.
Okay, I got it now. Then he hit him, he goes, "Aight! Aight!" I just want to make sure that you know how to use this thing.
Yeah. But you know, because I was thinking recently about how I wish I had a proper wired 360 controller, because I was getting really annoyed, you know, just trying to plug like a Series X controller into the PC, and like it's interesting because this subject came up in the MLiG Discord a few weeks ago, I think. And like some people are like, "Wow, really? I've like never had a problem with powering Series X controllers on PC." But like I find it to be pretty picky about what kind of USB-C cable. Like a lot of them don't seem to work. And part of it too is, you know, I'm often, you know, wanting to do a somewhat longer cable. A lot of times I have a lot of trouble with wiring one up for PC use. And so what I actually ended up doing was taking an Xbox One controller, which uses micro USB. That worked.
Mm.
And that was running through like a 25-foot extension too. But the Series X controller I can't get to work that way, and I wasn't able to get it to even work through a much smaller like USB 3 extension. Couldn't get that to work either. And then when I've done like direct connection to the PC, like some USB-C cables seem to work with it directly, and others not. No. It's annoying.
I can't believe they make you go through this every single time.
Well, you know, what if you had like dropped the game for months right here? You need a little rocket launcher practice.
Yeah.
No, speaking of Steam Deck OLED, did you see those that Hori is making official Steam controllers?
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
I think they look kind of ugly though, but it is neat.
There.
Wow, Rocky and a big stream
I know.
of numbers is online.
I know.
Do you even know who that is at this point?
Yeah.
I think you might be my only Xbox friend.
Come on. Oh, there. I didn't think that was gonna work.
Whoa! Oh, and the slowdown? Oh, so good! Oh my goodness!
I didn't realize I could run it flat around.
Wow.
That makes things a lot easier.
They treat that shot so right,
Yeah.
like, because they know how famous it is. It's like slows down before it hits it, and then they actually show the animation twice, and then they cut the artwork of it.
Yeah. They knew that that's what they had to do, right?
Your head explode.
All right. Yeah, I can barely see anything here.
Yeah, something about that weird, like, glossy, like, I assume it's glossy, like, black section in the middle of those controllers that, like, links the D-pad and right stick together. Like, just looks really ugly to me for some reason.
This is like, I can't see anything.
Oh, really? People Toast says that is censored in Japan and Germany. Is that so? People Toast. I mean, it's PPL Toast. I mean,
I know. People.
I'm happy. I don't know what else that would stand for than people. People Toast. I mean, it doesn't have to be toast made of people. It could be toast for people.
Did I escape? It's not the RGB range. It's just really dark.
Limited RGB range.
The Hitler head exploding is worth $1.50 that this game costs. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't believe that was only 3 hours. I mean, I'm impressed.
11/27/2039, but it wasn't it like 2005 or in the original, or what year was it? 2008.
I think so. But anyway, if limited range is incorrectly detected, then it's washed out, not crushed. If full range is detected incorrectly, it is crushed. So that would not have been an error of limited range. You have set limited range anyway for capture purposes.
Yes.
Because it's a lot safer capturing limited range for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. I didn't think I was going to finish this either tonight.
Yeah, I thought this was, in my head it was considerably longer. But I mean, it seemed properly challenging, but I mean, you're the real Bionic Commando. You, I always think back
Oh, that's cool. It
to
has the
when
original Bionic Commando team credits in there.
That's cool. Games sure as heck wouldn't do that today.
A lot of games don't do that today.
Good Vibe Collecting says Xbox 360 games in general tend to look darker. Yeah, that's true. And actually, full range is works incorrectly on several Xbox systems. So limited range is actually more accurate.
Well, just like the descriptions are annoying on the 360.
Oh yeah, they call it.
There's like 3 of them.
Yeah, there's like intermediate, and it like what is that? What is that? Like that's nothing. That doesn't exist. I think sometimes they don't send the proper flags either on some systems. Like maybe
I mean, we see that game time.
That intermediate one is meant for like component output or something. I don't know. Or analog output.
I mean, that's right. That complete time is not correct.
Oh, absolutely not. Well, I mean, maybe it probably doesn't count like world map. Maybe it doesn't count like the base, like the friendly bases.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't count retries.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, there it is again. If when I do the as doing this Xbox 360 video, which is gonna just be called like what's on my Xbox 360.
Yeah.
As
I love it.
As the there's 184 things on here. So I mean, imagine if in this video I show 184 games. And I only
like
talk,
and
I talk about them for like 15 seconds.
Do you have your disc games installed on here though?
I actually do not have any disc games installed on here right now.
Well, then that's good because I don't think you don't want that.
Right.
I mean, and how big even is the hard drive in here?
Some of these are demos. Because some things I downloaded and have been delisted. But I have access to the demo still, so I'm not gonna delete that, right?
Yeah, because
and I have Double Dragon, dude. This Double Dragon game, I don't even understand this. This Double Dragon 2 remake. It's. I don't even understand what's going on with it. I don't even understand what's going on.
Well,
it's called Double Dragon 2 Wander the Dragon.
Wander the Dragon?
Wander the Dragon. There's certain things that have been delisted, but I just have the demos on here in case you ever need to get anything like Earthworm Jim HD.
Yeah.
What else here?
But I see you also got Dungeon Siege 3. I don't imagine you're going to talk about that or show that or anything. You're just going to show it here and you'll say, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. But then you'll sometimes
elaborate.
You'll dive into it.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff. I have a lot of games with gold because games with gold, if they were, they give out free games and for the Xbox 360, you don't even need to have a Xbox Live account. You just, you keep them. You keep them no matter what.
How full is your hard drive?
So I have everything on an external SSD on here.
Oh, it can read that?
Yeah.
It can play games direct from an external?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I have a.
Obviously, I knew the current systems could do that, but I.
Yep. You might need to get a splitter, but I just haven't. I just use a SSD. Some of these things I just got because they were super cheap. I felt like I was gonna get I just got this Russian Attack reboot because I didn't have it and it was $5 and I'm I'm gonna just get that because you never know and that might come in handy.
Seems like a thing to have.
Yeah, or like Smash TV has been delisted. I think that Soul Calibur... No, Soul Calibur is playable on new systems. Let's see here.
I wonder though, like
I have the like Ninja Turtles Arcade, which has been delisted. Right, that's right. I have Turtles in Time Reshelled, which was delisted. Stuff like Ultimate Mortal Kombat. Oh, even Uno's been delisted. So is X-Men.
Wow, Uno. So wait, if it doesn't have an icon, that means it's delisted?
Or it's pretty much, yeah.
Really? I can't remember what it was, but I had something on my system.
So I think some of the original Xbox backwards compatible games don't have one either.
Are there any load time issues with external storage? Like, I feel like USB speeds on a system that old can't be good.
I don't know. Like, it's probably no better than what's already on there, because it's probably like SATA 1.
Yeah, maybe.
Not Uno. So some of these games, you know, I was telling Try earlier, like before the stream, I think it's going to be kind of a neat little journey, because looking back through my download list, it's interesting to see like the progression as they kind of figured out like what works and what doesn't. Yeah. Especially like in this, because this was the first system I had that I could download games. And,
oh wow, Hydrophobia! I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
I remember people like talking about that when it came out, because like, didn't it do like really interesting like gameplay stuff with water? I've never played.
Maybe I don't know. I've never played. That was
I forgot about that.
That was the Games with Gold. But like stuff, a lot of these were like $5 early on, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna buy this stuff because I thought it was really neat. But I will say, you know, like probably my most played game has got to be like darn close, at least to the top, is the original Geometry Wars, which I think is amazing. It's I think it's the best one because it's just not overly complicated, and I don't know. There's something about those games you get like in the zone.
Some of these games, just like the reality of like capturing footage, like some of these games might just be like a continuous gameplay one shot for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
While you're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I will capture each one for about like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Or if it's not more than that, you know.
It's something that,
it's things like this, like they're like you saw, like there's the Doritos Dash of Destruction, but also the Yaris game, which was like a freebie. Like I just think it's kind of an interesting look at what a system they had, like digital downloads, like the original digital download system.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you earlier, like. I remember when like the whole Oblivion horse armor controversy came about. Like, I didn't fully understand what people were talking about, because I never like the idea of something that you could buy for a console.
I just want to boot up
like something you could buy and like download, like added like I knew about expansion packs on PC, of course, but like, you know, like buying stuff in like a console game like that you could download, like I didn't understand what this downloadable content thing was. I was like, what, you can do this now?
I mean, like, this is just like, look at these characters.
I'm waiting for it. Oh yeah, look at that. That's some like late PS1, early PS2 box art right there.
Yeah. I mean, I just see this and it makes me feel really bad for the people tasked with making this. Like this is Double Dragon 2. I don't know why.
But you can walk into the foreground and background.
Yeah. What's really funny, so I have the original arcade Double Dragon on here too, and it's just the arcade game, but it's been given like a little bit of a facelift. And it, probably at the time I saw like, oh, this doesn't look so bad, but then I played it yesterday. I was like, holy cow, that's fun. I'll boot it up after this one. But like, what's going on here? Like, what is this? Like, what a weird game, right?
Like, I can't tell if the frame rate is really bad,
Oh, it's bad.
or if
It's bad.
like I think there's something wrong with the animations that goes beyond frame rate. Like, something looks really weird just looks wrong about the animations. Do they have like the left right attack system?
No.
Like the original game?
No.
So you just face with the analog stick and just mash buttons.
Yes.
I mean, the left-right attack system is like the most interesting thing about Double Dragon.
Yeah. I think it was taken from Renegade, wasn't it? Like it was introduced in Renegade, which is like that was like before Double Dragon though. But then they brought it back.
I mean, Renegade is really bad, so I associate it more strongly with Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Unlock full game, so this is just a demo.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain games that I just only downloaded the demo because, I don't know, like it's good to have on hand, you know? Let me just go to this other Double Dragon because I feel like back when I first played it, I was like, oh, this doesn't look so bad. But now it just kind of looks like comically like ugly, and it's still listed too.
I mean, I think people are going to get a lot of joy just out seeing this menu. Even, I mean, I know it's not Blades, but like, even this, end of life menu system for Xbox is like, it's wow, look at those characters. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that hilarious? Like their faces. Look at it, just his big face, right? And look at it, just that sign that says English Tear.
English Tear. Matin. Wow. Wow.
I know, but
But you know what? People were trying to figure this crap out, right?
And that's what I think is interesting. Is like they're still like just trying to figure out what works because I mean it's not only
people hadn't done it yet,
and this is the first time we're seeing things in HD like this.
Exactly. Well, it's like I'm always saying, like, like people are like, oh, the N64 controller is so weird. There was no standard yet.
Yeah, they're figuring it out.
How you make a control? They were figuring it out.
Yeah,
and I think they did a pretty darn good job at that. But
scoop,
like, they were trying to figuring it out. And same thing here. Like, what do you do with these retro game revivals?
Yeah.
What do you do?
They're like, how do we? They're not thinking we should upscale these sprites. They're thinking like we got to draw over them. And it's the same thing with like the Street Fighter HD remix. Like I feel like that is like this. Like not certainly in my eyes it looks about as good as this.
But at the time,
yeah, it's kind of like, oh neat, like it's kind of a neat little facelift that they're doing. But this, I don't know, like I just think it's an interesting relic to look at it and think about how they were just
absolutely
like figuring it out. And yes, they had to figure out what didn't work. And obviously, like they probably played this and be like, oh, like they thought it looked good, and they're they're tasked to make this, and then it's kind of like, oh well.
And Xbox Live Arcade games had to be
look at that cat back there. Look at that cat.
I'm waiting for it.
It's like on
look at that cat. That cat kind of looks like generated by AI. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be serious. This looks about as good as like the entire game looks like it could be AI generated.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that anybody would feel it's that would be an out of place.
If this game came out today, like people would immediately be like, "Is this AI generated?"
Yes.
Like, and no matter what the developer said, people wouldn't believe them that it wasn't.
Yeah. Bitrose is like, this is kind of wild, isn't it? There's still some slowdown in here. But there's no way to, as far as I know, let me see if there's options, settings. Oh, okay, so it does have original. Let's see what the original looks like.
Oh gosh, it's probably not great.
Oh, it doesn't look that bad to me.
Oh. I mean, it's hard to tell how sharp it is, but as long as it don't shimmer.
It actually doesn't shimmer. At least
Well,
I
there you
didn't see.
go.
I mean, this looks so much better.
Yeah. But like, you know, these games had to be $5 at first, right?
Yeah. Or I'm sorry, they were so 80 Microsoft points equals $1, if I recall correctly.
Wow.
So it's just like intentionally
Wow.
skewed to like, you know, you could never get an even number.
Right.
So that you always have some.
I totally forgot about not being able to use real money.
Yeah, the Microsoft points. And they
What a
were
time.
around for a long time, honestly. So
What a
it's just,
time.
yeah, so you had to buy the Microsoft points and then you had to buy the games. I don't know. I just think it's kind of a fun relic. I'm glad that there's an option for.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, I had the same kind of thought about the demos when I was looking at my 360 earlier today, because I was like, oh, like I have this game, I should delete the demo.
Oh,
And
so
I'm
you can
like,
zoom
wait,
in.
no, I shouldn't. Like, you know?
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. So if I go to this and I go to adjust screen. Oops.
I want you to use the retro tink.
Look at that
to
background. That's actually kind of a cool background going on there.
It is. Like is that background like done in real time, or is it a video?
I don't know.
It kind of looks like it's done in real time, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you played the Turtles in Time reshelled though, right?
Oh, I don't think I've played it, but I've seen it.
Yeah. But I just think it'll be kind of fun. And some of these, like, I won't talk about, like, more than 10 seconds, 10, 15
You'll
seconds.
say the title.
Yeah, it's like, oh, check it out. Or else,
Or I think this was a Games with Gold game.
yeah, I mean, we'll
Never booted it.
yeah. But,
Like, I don't think you should feel obligated necessarily to boot games you've never booted to do this video. Just be like, just be honest, like I've never.
But I want
what was
to.
that Sega CD? What was that weird Sega CD?
Oh,
Like blue striped box.
That's
It was like
it's Pizzong. It's
Pizzong?
Pizzong. It's done by Dave Oyles, who like he.
No way.
Yeah. This is like he made this like before.
Oh, a Dave Voiles production.
Yeah. I'll play.
It kind of looks like doesn't that
update?
Doesn't that paddle kind of look like a PS3 Super Slim vertically?
Maybe.
I kind of think it does. Pizzong.
Yeah. I think this is like him like learning how to program. So he was like big, like, I don't know. He like learned how to program and code and stuff during this time. And this was like,
all right, so these games weren't even ESRB rays. This what did they call this? There was a term
Xbox indie games.
I thought there was a different term for it though. Like the there was like this whole other storefront though, wasn't? I mean, I didn't have a 360 until after the Xbox One was out, to be clear. So I don't have, you know, as much like direct experience with the context of all this. But there was like, you know, XNA, right? XNA?
Yes, yeah. For those that aren't familiar, like Dave is the guy that I knew when I lived in New York, and he's the one that introduced me to Tyler, who we made the Night Trap documentary.
Yep. Have you heard from him in a while?
No, I just see him on Facebook every once in a while. Sometimes he'll comment on videos, but it's been a while, I think, since he has.
Yeah, he was on a stream once, and we saw him like a time or two at MagFest.
Yeah. But that was such a long time ago now, right?
Yeah.
But this is like just him learning how to okay, fine, leave.
Is he still at Microsoft?
Yeah. But some of these other indie games that I have like the who are the people that made like it was like Cthulhu Saves the World and Breath of Death 7.
Oh, Zeboyd Games.
Yeah. So I have a couple of those. I had to buy this because it was like only a couple bucks, and I'd never even heard of it. Like it was just on sale, and I was like, "What? Like Choplifter HD?
Choplifter HD. There it is.
Not backwards compatible."
Look at that art there.
I know. I've never played this. It's my first time. I'm just gonna play it really quick because I've never played it. I'm recording all this stuff, so I have it for for the video.
Oh, you're recording the stream?
Well, I'm recording like on my Ninja, like as I did switching games, because you never know.
You never know.
I'm pretty sure this was like. I saw something about Duke Nukem in there. It was published by Konami.
Wow, what?
In Exile Entertainment. I mean, that might be the most fun thing.
In Exile.
And it uses the Unreal engine.
Oh, there you go. This gen was all about that Unreal 3.
I want to know if it has the music. I just want that first level music.
Who made the original Choplifter? I get like all of these old helicopter games confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Andy Tumor says Choplifter HD is cool. So, maybe it's pretty good.
Okay, so Sega did the arcade version.
Right.
But it was originally Dan Gorlin for Apple II, published by Broderbund.
Right there.
So is all the action happening in a 2D plane?
I think so.
Well, look, the buildings are shiny.
How do I turn around?
In some ways, I feel like there's more detail to that city than I would have expected.
Yeah, it's just, if it's all 2D, you know, like that's actually kind of cool.
I mean, for what it is, I don't think this looks terrible.
Who the hell does your hair?
But I don't really have any Choplifter experience.
I love the Master System version. It's like the Master System version is like the only one you really need. Ooh, you got a machine gun.
just like Rampage, right?
Yeah.
I need the Master System. I need to get the Master System.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get Long Island.
Maybe.
They've had a copy for a while. They must have gotten a bunch of Master System games in it, Video Game World, a while back, because they've got a lot of Master System games now. They've had a copy of Rampage that I've glanced at a few times. Add a little color to your Master System shelf, right? Get that red. So it looks like you are moving in and out of the screen a little bit sometimes, but is that just the game doing
that's just the game, the camera moving.
Right.
These are just training missions, I think. I gotta save Scoop Sanderson in this level.
Scoop Sanderson.
It's your boy Scoop.
Oh, hey,
Okay,
Joe's here. I like how an entire stage is dedicated to rescuing 2 people. Then the next stage is dedicated to shooting. Tutorial missions.
There's a radio buddy.
Oh, yeah? Oh, Joe's gonna be way into that.
Yeah. Yeah, we got hostiles. I just want to know if it has the first level music remix once you get to the main game.
What was the game that Joe did an ending skit on with the radio buddy? I forget. I can't remember what the game was. It was definitely one of my favorite Game Sack skits. Oh, yes! Shenmue! It was Shenmue! Yes! The radio buddy in Shenmue. That was great.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
that
so
one.
that's kind of cool. So you can turn like you can in the original game, but you can shoot things in the foreground then that way. Usually in the original, you turn sideways to drop bombs. But that's actually kind of cool.
Oh, that's right. I remember you also did one
Look at
with
that guy.
Sonic
It's just
1.
He's just like.
Oh, and now I remember the Ninja Turtles Game Boy one too. I don't remember Castlevania though. Oh, I'd like to see the Castlevania radio, buddy. I totally forgot that's a joke you've gone back to the well on. That's a good one to go back to the well on if I'm being honest. That's I don't mind recycling that gag. It's always that's always really funny.
This isn't that bad.
Joe said I don't think there's any music. Is there not?
Oh, there's music. It's just really hard to hear.
Yeah, I mean this looks fine. Is it right stick aiming?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I don't know. I tend to agree. This looks pretty all right.
I like that you can shoot into the foreground by turning sideways too. I love it. It ain't bad.
I'm Googling Castlevania Radio Buddy right now. It did not appear to bring up the Game Sack skit.
Let me just beat this level and we get past the tutorials. And
What's the title? Is the Castlevania one on the Game Sack Skits channel? What's the title? Because I need to watch that after the stream.
There's the reporter.
I'm being a lazy dog tonight.
News order on board.
Lazy Sam. Oh, Urameshi got it linked in the Discord. I will grab it. There we go. I don't think I've seen this one.
Fly faster, press A for a boost. Oh. Oh, cool. You have like jet engines.
We might want to start thinking about some gas.
From Gaming Pet Peeves. Ooh. I don't know if I've seen that episode. That sounds like a fun episode. I mean, not to steal ideas, but I feel like that would be a fun one for us to do
Choppers.
too.
I don't know if this is on. I'm sure this is on PS3 also, but I think that it might be $2.50 on here. I think it might be $2.50 on the Xbox store right now.
One of my gaming pet peeves is Game Boy Color and how badly it colorizes non-color games. That's one for sure.
All right, here we go. The first day of the rest of our lives.
Let's just hope it's not a short day.
Joe is strongly encouraging us to do a pet peeves video. I mean, you know, that could be a fun one.
Yeah.
I will try to keep that in the back of my mind, and maybe I'll make some notes when I come across things that I'm like, oh yeah, that. I actually like I feel like I'm pretty neutral on Radio Buddies overall, but Joe's depiction of how much he hates Radio Buddies is very funny to me. It makes me hate Radio Buddies for you. One of my pet peeves is the existence of Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Are you gonna get the Switch version? You're gonna get the Switch version, aren't you? You're gonna.
I'm afraid I probably will at some point. I mean, I got the 3DS version.
Yeah.
And I got the Switch version of Tropical Freeze.
Good to get you here in one piece.
Like I shouldn't buy games I hate that I know I hate.
Yeah. But you're gonna.
I mean, I'm certainly not buying it day one or nothing. Well, Tropical Freeze, to be fair, was like on sale for like $30. And the 3DS one was probably on clearance or something. These are not games I would pay full price. And I think I actually bought the 3DS one because I had like a video that I probably didn't do.
Another idiot who needs a lesson.
I'll finish this level and then I'll call it a night.
You're kind of hooked.
It's not that bad.
I was spotted.
But this is one. It's not backwards compatible. And I think it might be $2.50, and I feel like that's worth it, right?
Yeah, this looks easily worth $2.50.
There they are, the news crew.
Oreo Shake Dimension. Oh, is that what they called Shake It in like Europe? I think.
Did you get the Move It one?
I have not bought it. Oh yeah, Shake Dimension and Powder. No, I have. have not bought that. I mean, it's mostly like a multiplayer thing, right? Like a party game.
Oh, I don't even know.
Like Wario's in its party game phase now.
Oh. I mean, that could go either way because it feels like they've always been.
Well, I mean, I
somewhat.
think it's largely considered kind of a sequel to Wario Land, or WarioWare. Well, Shake It was the platform. What's the Wii game called? I mean, that is a Wii game, but the Wii WarioWare game. Oh.
Oh, I killed.
Oh yeah. It's smooth moves.
Oh, okay.
Shake It and smooth moves. The
The
new
Wii U one is like expensive now. Game.
Oh
and
really?
Mario.
I don't have that. I mean, that's like a user generated content game. So it's probably like nearly useless.
Is it really?
I think it's a user generated content. Thing. Smooth moves. But see that's the reason I haven't bought. What's the new one called? I can't remember what the new one is called. WarioWare. Move It. Wow, I forgot that the other one that came out was called Get It Together. That one was decent. It's streamed that. I kind of forgot about it, actually. Okay, the new one is WarioWare Move It. And I think that is kind of considered a sequel to Smooth Moves.
Is this? There's DLC for it.
If it's cheap, you're going to buy it, aren't you?
The ostrich chopper is free. I'll get that. The ostrich chopper. Ostrich.
Anyway, Smooth Moves is fun. With friends. But like by yourself, it's not that great. We actually played Smooth Moves. I want to say it was the first time Drum and Lynn and I ever met up in person.
To play smooth moves together.
We played some Smooth Moves, WarioWare Smooth Moves. But yeah, I agree with the people in the chat that say the original is the best. I agree completely. I didn't like the remake that much on
None
3DS.
of my friends have ever played this. Just so you know.
None of them. You're the first. Trailblazer.
The achievement on this.
But I like the original. WarioWare Gold was always kind of like, like I don't super love that Wario is like fully voiced in the newer WarioWare games.
Yeah.
I find that to be a little cursed, as they say. As the kids say.
Yeah.
Virtual Boy Wario Land, one of the better Wario Lands, I would say. Yes. I agree. The Virtual Boy one is great. Yeah, starting with Gold, like Wario, like has scripted dialogue. You know this. You know,
hey, there you are.
Just, huh?
There you are.
I'm waiting to see me.
Yeah.
Am I online?
Isn't.
Oh yeah, there I am.
I will never not wear this Afterburner shirt. Like
I will never not wear the plaid overalls with suspenders and monocle.
Yeah. It's funny, like, you know, when I think I unlocked that from Afterburner Climax, and it's like, I wish I had that shirt for real.
Sadie, look. I want to see if she is interested. Look. She loves the Xbox 360 dashboard. But she's definitely got her attention fixed on it. Hit the RMB bumpers. And like scroll the screen real fast because she loves that.
She's like, I am so high right now. Looking at it.
She loves the 360 dashboard. She like her favorite thing is like when I log in and then the avatar does the little like wave and then dashes off to the side. She like jumps off to the side where it runs. And she recognizes like the login sound. Like when I turned on my 360 today, like she came running because she was like, oh man, that suspenders guy is going to do the fun runny thing.
So
she loves
it's like, oh, say less. I'm on an Afterburner shirt coming. It's just the Afterburner logo on a t-shirt. I mean, probably not a white one, but I mean, it's like the blue A and the red B. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know if I can see myself bigger. It's like very low res. I don't know.
I don't know why, but that robot avatar like looks like something from like Sackboy or something to me.
I'll see if I can make it bigger if I go to the avatar store. Yeah, okay, so you can kind of see it here. Oh, come on! Oh my god, if it says updating avatar clothes and accessory, I swear if it does anything to my Afterburner shirt, I'm gonna lose my mind right now.
Oh no.
Oh, it made it like a little, maybe higher res, but you can kind of see it there. That's
Did it add ray tracing to your Afterburner shirt?
No, but it almost looks a little bit higher res.
Maybe it's just because you're viewing it up close.
Yeah. That's all it is. Doesn't have to be. I don't really wear white shirts though. But I would literally buy from you like a shirt that has like that logo on it, like a Space Harrier logo, like all that stuff. I would absolutely. I would buy them.
I'm interested in this.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's gonna do it. That was fun. So I'm gonna be working on that. Like maybe it'd be a fun thing to like stream. Like maybe I'll stream it in the Discord while I'm like capturing footage.
Or do a coffee and game.
Yeah, and just but for like 8 hours a day. Like I said, I'm gonna be working 8 hours a day. Like just think.
If you put it on, if you put it on Twitch, you'll know that people are watching you to make sure you're working those 8 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
So keep you on task.
Yeah, that it will. All right.
Don't underestimate it because. I know. I didn't underestimate the editing on the Game Boy video. It's just that I had so much. Like I just had insane freelance work. The past like month and a half. And, I started off doing very good with capturing the Game Boy stuff and doing almost all of the writing. But, when it came down to the last week to get it done, it just ended up being a crazy editing crunch.
Anyways,
So,
thanks to everybody who donated tonight and everybody who hung out for the long haul. I appreciate it. And see y'all next week. Troy won't see you next week, but I'll see you next week.
Well, I might see you if you go to the Southeast Game Exchange in Greenville, South Carolina.
In real and in person. All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Good night.